Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Welcome to our regular City Council meeting for December 17, 2024. If we can all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. If we can all please remain standing for a moment of silence for our first responders and military members, please. Thank you. May be seated. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
Present.
Councilmember Soto,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Present.
Mayor Moran.
Present.
For the record, Councilmember Wallace is not in attendance.
At this time, we have closed session announcements, but Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's no reportable actions at this time.
Thank you. Council, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got one.
Yes.
Item number 21. In this short time since we got our packet, it's a lot to digest, so I'm hoping we can get it moved to another meeting down the road here.
I'm sorry, 21. That is the city waters capacity update. Is there, other than,
It's just a lot of information. I mean, just 3 days, looking at it 4 days, I mean, there's all kinds of questions to ask on that. I mean, so much numbers and everything else, so I just like to table it for now.
actually, if I can just say something, there's about 80% of this part of the report is past information. Only about 15 to 20% is new information, and I think the information in this update report is very crucial for the city and for the residents. So I think and then to be transparent, I think I'm not going to be able to support that request myself. But then in this case, I'm not sure how this will go about with the majority of council. Is that what's needed in case?
If there's a second and a vote in favor to remove the item, it would be tabled to a further meeting. And it could be, as part of the motion, it could be set for a meeting certain at another period or just continued. It's at the discretion of the motion maker.
I also understand that this package is about 500 pages, but 100 of those were this report, and 80 of those pages are past information from meetings in March, meetings in June, and other meetings. And I think it's just to be transparent. The community needs to know where we stand with water. I know that I've been having a lot of calls and conversations and meetings with different people in the community, and I think this is very much needed. And if we further delay this, our next meeting is not until the second meeting in January, which would be probably around January 20-something. And it's a little too long.
Mr. Mayor, if you will make a motion, I will support your motion as a second, because I concur with you that we do need to carry this item on tonight. This is a review, an update, so the community is aware of most of the items that will be presented tonight by our Public Works. So it is very imperative that we carry on with this. Therefore, the continuing items that are on the rest of the agenda can have some support. So if you make that motion, I will second it.
Mr. Mayor, before we go to a vote, I believe Mr. Roth did make a motion, so he should come first. And second, based on what you said, that only 100 pages are new, unless you read 400 pages, you don't know what new pages are. So it's a lot of technical stuff, a lot of jargon, a lot of it. I did ask staff at one time, but I understand where we're at right now. So I will strongly think we should move this forward. We do have a new council member coming on. So that person needs to be brought up to speed as well.
And I do appreciate you mentioning that we do have a new council member coming on board, but there's no action on this item. It's just only information. It's only update. And even when the new council member comes on board, he does not have to we don't have to take any action. It's just information and it's just an update. So I don't see that it will affect the new council member at all, but rather it will be very important for him to have that additional information with additional questions that may be asked from people on the dais, from community members. So instead of affecting him as a new council member, it will benefit him to acquire more knowledge. But then again, that is my perspective.
Mr. Mayor, you and I have been doing this for a long time. Let's not kid ourselves. We don't understand everything in it. I had asked the staff to let me have a meeting with them regarding this. I was denied. So I'm not sure what the rush is tonight. There is no harm in waiting for everybody to understand. So we'll take it from there in the vote. Thank you.
So, Mr. Roth, was that a motion? Yes. Okay,
Yes, it was.
so thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to table this item. Is there a second?
I will second it.
So we have a first and a second. First by Councilmember Roth, second by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Soto.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Summer.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
No.
Motion.
Motion doesn't pass due to a 2-2 vote.
Council, are there any other changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we're moving forward with citizen comments. This section of the agenda allows members of the public to address the city council on any item not on the agenda. Members of the public, when recognized by the mayor, should come forward to the lectern and identify themselves. Comments are normally limited to 3 minutes. In accordance with state open meeting laws, no action will be taken by the city council this evening. Is there any citizen comments on the phone in regards to any items not on the agenda? Hearing none, coming back in the chamber, is there any citizen comments in the chamber on any items that are not on the agenda? Can you please stay forward, state your name for the record, please? You will have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Heather Mendonça, and I serve as the Assistant Director of Real Estate Development for Self-Help Enterprises. And I just wanted to give an update on a project that you guys are probably everyone very familiar with, the Livingston B Street Affordable Housing Project that's going next door to the Community Health Clinic. Our project is just a quick summary, is going to provide 80 units of much needed affordable housing here to Livingston residents. And we've been collaborating closely with the health clinic for about 3 years now to bring this project to fruition. And I'm pleased to report that we've secured funding and are poised to commence construction by May 2025 with an anticipated completion date of October 26th. However, bringing up water and other things, it is crucial that we start construction by May 2025 because our funding is tied to that construction start date as well as a completion date. So we need to hit that May 2025 date as well as October 2026. As many of you are aware, pursuant to government code, the city is required to grant priority water and sewer service to proposed affordable housing developments. So our project will require a water allocation by the time of completion. So we don't need it when we start construction, but we will need it by the time of completion. And we deeply appreciate the city's partnership in bringing this project forward, and we're confident you'll work with us to ensure water availability. Also, important to note, we are committed to being transparent and a cooperative partner. To that end, we'll be commissioning a water study to determine our needs, and additionally, we're open to exploring other improvements to address the city's water concerns. such as installing a tank for peak demand periods. And our engineering team will continue to work closely with the city to identify these needs and other opportunities to save water for our projects. So I just want to emphasize that we're here to find solutions, and we're willing to do whatever is necessary, but we do need the city to prioritize our project for water. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional citizen comments on any items not on the agenda? Please come forward, state your name for the record.
Yes, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Honorable Council. My name is Jose Ramirez, your former city manager. I come before you to share that I forgive everyone who has conspired and who continues to communicate falsehoods to my persona, especially in this season of love, hope, and joy, that it touches your heart for the better. My departure from the city of Livingston back in July of 2021 has caused a great deal of harm to me and my family, but I don't regret my actions. If confronted with the same things, I would continue to do the same thing over again. I will always champion light, and I will always allow light to hit dark places. To that end, I am willing to return to work to end my lawsuit under a few conditions. One, I would like to return to work under a similar contract as I had before. Number two, I would like my attorney fees to be covered. And if accepted, my attorneys will draft whatever necessary paperwork in order to start then thereafter. What are my motivations? My motivations are always revolved around place, people, and family. And I always adopted the motto of service above self. Lastly, I would like to thank all of the residents, the business community, and all of the employees for their unwavering support. I feel very blessed to have you all, regardless of what happens moving forward. May God bless Livingston. Thank you very much.
Is there any additional citizen comments in the chamber for any items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we're closing the citizen comments at 7:20. Next, we have announcements and reports. Supervisor Rodrigo Espinosa, is there any announcements and reports?
Good evening, Council, and to the whole community. It'll be my last report as a county supervisor. Today was also my last Board of Supervisors meeting. As you all know, I got elected to the City Council here in Livingston and also to the Merced County Office of Education. I have sent a letter to the mayor, vice mayor, and others. So I opted to keep MCOE instead of Livingston City Council. And so, therefore, my heart is with Livingston. I just want to say that I appreciate everybody that voted for me here in the city of Livingston. I still live here, and I will be planning on still coming to the Livingston City Council meetings as much as I can, and continue serving the residents of Merced County under MCOE. So that'll be all the comments that I have, unless you have any questions or the public has any questions. Like I said, my heart is in City of Livingston and Merced County.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Rod, Mr. Espinoza, I want to thank you for many years of service, first on the city council here, and then your continued service to the community as a board of supervisor. And I look forward to you still continuing to serve as a board of trustees for Merced County Office of Education. I look forward to working with you there as well. So I've had, each place you've gone, I've had opportunity to work with you directly. So I look forward to there as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Council, anyone else? Any other?
Yeah, tomorrow I'll be getting sworn in by Superintendent Steve Dejan at 1 o'clock at 13th Street MCOA office. So if anybody would like to stop by, and I would appreciate it. So, but thank you. And to all the residents, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay.
I just want to say thank you and congratulations, for your service. Being a public servant is not easy, especially, whether it's 2 years or 20 years or 22 years or whatever it is. It's very difficult. I only been in public, I only been in elected office for 4 years, and I don't know how anybody else can do it for any longer than that. It's a sacrifice. We sacrifice family time. We sacrifice health sometimes, time and time with the family and time in the community. But at the end of the day, most people do it because they do want to help their community and they want to help move their community forward. And I think that's what all elected officials should always remember, that we are here for the community, and we're not held to self-serve, and to not use this as a stepping stone. It should be as a learning opportunity. And I do appreciate your service, and I know a lot of times we agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, it's what we end up doing what we think is best for the community. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, and like I said, hopefully the council, you guys work out, things. I know there's a new council member and potentially a second council member when you guys, decide who's going to be, whether today or in the future. So my best of luck to the city council, and I'm here for consultation, free consultation. So hope we keep you guys, in good working manner. So for the residents of Livingston. So thank you very much.
Just one last question. Are you going to be able to keep your same cell number? Because if not, this is a good time to change it.
No, I'll still have it. I'll probably have another one, but I'll still be available to the residents and to you guys as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have city staff announcements and reports.
Just a couple on my side, Mayor. You'll notice that the Santa's Little Elves brought some gifts on everybody's chair. Just wanted to say thank you, Councilmember Soto. It's been great working with you the last couple of years. I've really enjoyed my time working with you. And then one final notice, Mayor, I did provide my resignation to the mayor and the city council effective February 10th, I believe. So I will dearly miss the community and residents of Livingston, and appreciate working with incredible employees and an amazing management team. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Council members, announcements and reports.
Can I say
yes.
something real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
You didn't know I was coming up here either. I wanted to do this at the first meeting, but we didn't have it. And I just wanted to give a special shout out to our city attorney. He was able, Christmas trees were extremely expensive and would have cost the residents over $60 a piece. And so he subsidized our cord of trees so that it could make it affordable to our residents. And I just want to say how much that meant to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
This is the first time I've seen people applaud the attorneys.
So now I have a legal question for legal. By the way, if you guys don't know Roy, he's our city attorney. He's the one that Jackie's talking about. So since I bought a tree, does that mean that you gifted me $15? And do I have to disclose that?
No, you're good. It's a gift to the city.
Okay.
So, not to the mayor directly.
All right. Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you. And, I just it's not my time yet, but hopefully I don't forget. Thank you, Jackie. Council members, Jason, Rob?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I've just got one item, and this Christmas parade that we just had this past week was spectacular. Jackie, Tony, all who was involved, you did a wonderful job. I had the pleasure of driving around Diane Dallas as Grand Marshal. Great person, a lot of knowledge. But yeah, kudos to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Ms. Soto?
Thank you. Well, this about wraps up my last meeting tonight. It's been a good 6 years. Well, some good, some bad, and some ugly. But we made it through. Like I said before, timing is everything. I know it's been said in previous meetings that we have people come and approach the lectern. Sometimes it's shocking, sometimes it's surprising, and sometimes it's really sweet to have people come before the council and express their needs and have the council respond in positive ways. It's truly been an honor to serve. During roll call, I saw my children walk in, so it just kind of gave me an extra pep. So tonight, thank you very much for the City of Livingston, staff, and all the residents that have been very supportive in my journey as public service. I mean, I'm still going to be here. I still work on behalf of the VFW, Lions Club, Merced County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And I'm probably forgetting something, but it was a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Samra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, Maria, you have served the community wisely. We may not have always voted the same, but that wasn't the intent. I remember when you first came in, you had your previous name. It took me a while to get used to your current name. I remember I kept calling you Councilwoman Baptista, but finally I got too used to Soto. But I do want to thank you. You did make it fun. And I mean, you, with your dedication, you did make it fun. And one thing I'm going to miss about you more than anything else is our snacks in the closed session. That is going to be sorely missed. She brought a lot of snacks, folks. And to Mr. Lopez, I know as well, you know, sometimes leadership or administration, there's always difference of opinion. I always want to also thank you for your service. And as always, you know, there's always difference of opinion, but at the end, I think we did manage to move forward a lot of things. And I do want to thank you for your service, and to your next endeavor, I wish you the very best. I'm sure the future employer is going to get a very good person. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to keep it short because we have a lot of things tonight, and we have a lot of people, and I don't want to just make people wait too long because our meeting tonight is normally about 6 hours. No, I'm just kidding. So I just want to keep it short. So just a couple of things. You know, I always enjoy the Court of Trees. If you have not been to Livingston and you're not from Livingston, when you exit, or you probably already saw it across the street, we have a Court of Trees, and that is something that we do every year. Well, we, the City of Livingston, and anybody, you don't have to live in the City of Livingston. You can even come from Fresno, and have a Christmas tree here, and there's a competition too. So, and you can represent, you know, either it can be a family tree, it can be a company tree, it can be a school tree, it can be anything. And then you can have your tree in the Court of Trees. And then we have a ceremony, and when all the trees are lighted up, and then later we have a parade, which Jackie and her team, enormous team of 2, always do a great job. Thank you, Jackie, and to your entire department. Also, the Christmas parade, I missed it. There was a lot of things going on. I had some family funeral that I was coming back from for a couple of days. After a couple of days, I stopped in Merced for an appointment, and on the way back, I had car trouble. So I was parked in front of AutoZone for a good while until I figured it out, and then by the time I came back into town, I wasn't feeling too well, and so I decided to stay home. And you know, when things are not meant to be, you know, it's for a reason. So, but I got to watch, you know, there was a lot of people that were transmitting that live, so thank you to everyone that attended. It was well attended. A lot of great feedback from the residents. There were some suggestions that I received for next year, which is great. But overall, you know, it's the community and the entire force behind Jackie and all of those volunteers, the police department, the fire department, and their volunteers are the ones that really, and the residents are the ones that make it happen. So thank you to everyone. And Mr. Lopez, I really do appreciate, I have learned a lot from you. I think you've been in the city is going to be probably in February when you leave, it's probably going to be almost 2 years. I think March was when you came
2
on board.
years and 3 days.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So I think you have lasted more than city managers. So, I definitely learned a lot. You have your own unique style, but I learned to be able to see the difference. And I really appreciate that I got some feedback throughout this last couple of years, good and bad and ugly, from not only from residents, from city staff on your style, but at the end of the day, the feedback that I personally got back was, now the same feedback. Now I understand what he meant or why he was doing this, and just to give us an opportunity to grow. And that's what I personally, and I think that's what the council wants. We want opportunities for our different employees, not just the department heads, but everyone to be able to grow professionally, and so that they can also have those opportunities to grow and eventually become supervisors within their different departments. So I really appreciate, the time you have been here, and we still have a lot of work to do in this next couple of months or whatever time we have left, because we still have, regardless, and then once again, regardless of who's here and who's not, the city has to continue working because we are responsible to 15,000 residents. That's just the number of residents within the city, but all the other residents surrounding the community that we're responsible to. So, and that's why I always encourage city staff to make sure that you're always asking and looking for opportunities to grow professionally. All you got to do is just ask. Ask your supervisors, your department chairs. Ask the city manager, whoever the city manager is, I want to go into this training. I want to go to this conference. I want to be able to learn more. I want to be able to, grow professionally. And remember, the worst thing they can say is no, not today. Maybe next month or maybe in 3 months, okay? But thank you. Thank you very much. And looking forward to getting a lot more things done in the next couple of months. I know that we're going to have some time off, but I don't know if there's really time off, really. Even when we're not here, we still got things to do. So thank you. And that's it. That's it for me tonight. Just want to keep it short. All right. Next, we have awards, presentations, and proclamations. We have a plaque for Mr. Wallace, but he's not present tonight. He's having fun anyways. But, we'll have this here when he comes back. We have another plaque for, so I want to make a presentation of this plaque for Councilmember Soto. And I'm just going to read what it says. City of Livingston, Service Award presented to Councilmember Maria Soto in appreciation for your service and dedication to the community of Livingston as City Council member. I just noticed that the plaque says 2020 to 2024, but it should have been 2018. But then again, this is this council, but, so, yes, so, but it should have read 2018 to 2024, your 6 years of service. And I just want to say that I also learned a lot in the process being here for, 4 years for me. Even though many times we tended to disagree, but we had great conversations. And I also enjoy having those conversations because, and then I always learn something from everyone. So, and so I just want to say thank you on behalf of myself and the rest of the council. So and on behalf of the city, I just want to present this plaque to you for your years of service. Thank you. Do you want to say a few words?
Sure. Well, I said, 6 years of service. I came in here, I tell everybody the story. I did come in here as a snack mom, okay? I want, a little bit of background on that is that I do a lot of recreation. My children all involved in sports. So as team moms, we do bring snacks, and it just kind of fell into place. Previously, I was on the Recreation Commission because I really wanted a different feel of sports competitively in the city of Livingston, and some other events that were taking place in Livingston. More specifically was the Livingston 4th of July event, which I also was co-chair. So seeing that I needed and wanted some change, I wasn't one to just sit in the background. I always was that person that said, you know what, if I want change, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to see what this is about. And I put myself on the ballot, and the city of Livingston, 2018, voted me in. And I was really happy. And then when I got to see how much it really entailed, all the way from just the economic development, water, sewer, everything that Livingston is still facing in the 6 years that have gone by. Through that time was a lot of heartache. And I do agree, so Mr. Rand, thank you so much for pointing that out, that not any one of us should see eye to eye all the time, because if we did, there'd be a problem. And to see a council that may vote the same, perhaps just outlasting some terms that many people want to see in change. So again, I want to congratulate Japjit. I look forward to your leadership coming in. I think you're going to put a great perspective. You pay attention to what's been said, even tonight when former city manager, and those are some of the things that, and I knew I wasn't going to get back on this tangent, but it wouldn't be me if I didn't. It's been a good 6 years. There's been some other things that have been great challenges. Firing a previous city manager was one of them, and there was a lot of backlash on that. We faced a recall soon after COVID. These are things that happened over the course of the time that I served. Seeing a change of city managers, and Mr. Lopez, thank you so much for being here. You did shine the light on many of the things that have been happening in the city of Livingston that weren't quite right. And for those that have been paying attention to the city meetings, we haven't had any updates since 2008. We don't have any agreements in place. We have a lot of issues, and I hope that moving forward that our new council and leadership really takes those issues and resolves them, because we're recycling old issues. They're not coming forward like the water issue. And hopefully there's an update later with our fire services. So City of Livingston, we still have our challenges, but I have hope. I always have had hope for this city. It's my hometown. It's not just the 15,000 residents, it's those that come after us. The bigger picture that we need to prepare for, that we've been trying to prepare for, but there's been setbacks. So I don't want to see any more setbacks, and hopefully there are great choices made. So thank you very much, City of Livingston, for having me serve on your behalf. I've attended many conferences, learned a lot, and I'm no longer just the snack mom. I have a great arsenal of resources, past, and I can put those in the present. So that's one thing that I think of myself for paying attention. Thank you. I do have my children out here that have come out to support me tonight. They have asked me before, Mom, why do you do this? And I said, because this is our hometown. We have a great future here. we need to see it through. Somebody has got to be in the forefront. Somebody's got to be able to lead the city. And the children that are present in the audience tonight and those that are watching, you also need to pay attention and help take on those leadership roles, become active in your government, and see how your city grows. That's what we want here. So thank you again. I appreciate everyone that has come out to support me and voted for me in the past. Thank you.
I also do have a certificate of recognition from Assemblymember Esmeralda Soria. Certificate of recognition on behalf of the California State Assembly. I honor your service, leadership, and unwavering commitment to the constituents of Livingston. As a dedicated member of the Livingston City Council, your vision, and integrity, and tireless efforts have contributed significantly to the growth and betterment of our community. Your contributions have created a lasting legacy, and your work will continue to inspire those who follow in your footsteps. I commend and recognize you for your years of service to the city of Livingston. Okay, next we have well, I don't want to skip Mr. Wallace, but he's not here, but just I think we should mention him. We have a plaque and a certificate of recognition for Mr. Wallace. He served in our planning commission, I believe, for 10 years. And also he served as a council member for about 5 months or so. So we do have a plaque for him and a certificate of appreciation from Assemblymember Esmeralda Soria as well, but we'll give it to him when he comes back from somewhere. I think he went to Europe or something. Oh, he went to Mexico. Okay. So he's having fun too. All right. So next, we have a service, recognition of service for former council member Jatinder Man, and it reads, City of Livingston Service Award presented to Council Member Jatinder Man in appreciation for your service and dedication to the community of Livingston as City Council Member from 2023 to 2024. If you can please come forward.
Thank you to the City of Livingston for your support. It was truly an honor to serve you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next we have on our agenda, we have the consent agenda. We have items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 on our consent agenda. Council, do you guys have any questions on any of the items? Or do we have a motion to approve our consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I make the motion to approve the consent agenda rather.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please. Well,
Hold on.
sorry, hold on. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. Is there any citizen comments on any items on the consent agenda? Anyone on the phone? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber, is there any citizen comments on any items on the consent agenda? Seeing none, closing the citizen comments at 7:47. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Soto,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 3-0.
4? All right, thank you. Next, we have the invocation. And then at this time, I would like to ask our guests who are going to offer an invocation to please step forward to the microphone.
Good evening, council members, guests. So today is a day of new beginnings. New beginnings for those coming in. So I know we're going to be doing that later. And at that time, I'll have some other ministers here. I want to pray for all the new leaders, council members, and the mayor. When that time comes, when you guys do the little swap thing you do, okay? But tonight, I just want to pray for Livingston, pray for the council here, those who are coming in. And I thank God for all the new members, because the Bible says that God raised up leaders to guide the people in righteousness, and that our city may grow and prosper and things that God would us to grow for. So, Father, I thank you, Lord, for today, for tonight. That you bless all our members, bless all our service members, fire department, police department, anybody that serves in public service, we should lead them and guide them in righteousness, that the city may grow in love and in unity one towards another. And I thank you, Lord, even for the new members coming in, we're going to lift them up to you. And we thank you, Father, for this night. That people be blessed in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ Please stand up, everybody, then prayer. ਤੁਧ ਆਗੈ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹਮਾਰੀ ਜੀਉ ਪਿੰਡ ਸਭ ਤੇਰਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਕਹੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਸਭ ਤੇਰੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਕੋਈ ਨਾਉ ਨਾ ਜਾਣੈ ਮੇਰਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਏ ਵਾਰ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਦਸਵੀਂ ਪ੍ਰਥਮ ਭਗਉਤੀ ਸਿਮਰ ਕੈ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਲਈ ਧਿਆਏ ਫਿਰ ਅੰਗਦ ਗੁਰ ਤੇ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਰਾਮਦਾਸੈ ਹੋਈ ਸਹਾਏ ਅਰਜਨ ਹਰਿ ਗੋਬਿੰਦਨੋ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਰਾਏ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਹਰਿ ਕ੍ਰਿਸ਼ਨ ਧਿਆਈਐ ਜਿਸ ਡਿਠੇ ਸਭ ਦੁਖ ਜਾਏ ਤੇਗ ਬਹਾਦਰ ਸਿਮਰੀਐ ਘਰ ਨੌ ਨਿਧਾਵੈ ਧਾਏ ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ ਦਸਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਸਭ ਥਾਈ ਹੋਏ ਸਹਾਏ ਦਸਾਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਾਠ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਤਰਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਪੰਜਾਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਚੌਹਾਂ ਸਾਹਿਬਜ਼ਾਦਿਆਂ 40 ਮੁਕਤਿਆਂ ਹਾਠੀਆਂ ਜਪੀਆਂ ਤਪੀਆਂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਿਆ ਵੰਡ ਕੇ ਛਕਿਆ ਦੇ ਤਲਾਈ ਤੇ ਗਵਾਹੀ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਅੰਡਿਠ ਕੀਤਾ ਤਿਨਾਂ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਸਚਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਤਰਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਸਿੰਘਣੀਆਂ ਧਰਮ ਹੇਠ ਸੀਸ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਬੰਦ ਬੰਦ ਕਟਵਾਏ ਖੋਪਰੀਆਂ ਲੋਹਾਈਆਂ ਚਰਖੜੀਆਂ ਤੇ ਚੜੇ ਤਾਂ ਨਾਰਿਆਂ ਨਾਲ ਚਰਾਏ ਗਏ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਲਈ ਕੁਰਬਾਨੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਧਰਮ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਰਿਆ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਕੇਸਾਂ ਸਵਾਸਾਂ ਸੰਗ ਨਿਭਾਈ ਤਿਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪੰਜਾਂ ਤਖਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਧਰ ਕੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰਥਮੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹੈ ਜੀ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਕੋ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ 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 ਚੇਤੇ ਆਵੈ ਚੇਤੇ ਆਵਨ ਕਾ ਸਦਕਾ ਸਰਬ ਸੁਖ ਹੋਵੈ ਜਹਾਂ ਜਹਾਂ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤਹਾਂ ਤਹਾਂ ਰਛਿਆ ਰਿਆਇਤ ਦੇਗ ਤੇਗ ਫਤਿਹ ਬਿਰਧ ਕੀ ਪੈਜ ਪੰਥ ਕੀ ਜੀ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਸਹਾਇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਕੇ ਬੋਲ ਬਾਲੇ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦਾਨ ਕੇਸ ਦਾਨ ਰਹਿਤ ਦਾਨ ਬਬੇਕ ਦਾਨ ਵਿਸਾਹ ਦਾਨ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਦਾਨ ਦਾਨਾ ਸਿਰ ਦਾਨ ਨਾਮ ਦਾਨ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤਸਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ ਚੌਂਕੀਆਂ ਝੰਡੇ ਬੁੰਗੇ ਜੁਗੋ ਜੁਗ ਅਟਲ ਧਰਮ ਕਾ ਜੈਕਾਰ ਬੋਲੋ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਨ ਨੀਵਾਂ ਮਤ ਉੱਚੀ ਮਤ ਪਾਦੇ ਰਾਖੇ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਆਪਣੇ ਪੰਦੇ ਸਦਾ ਸਹਾਈ ਦਾਤਾਰ ਜੀਓ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਨਨਕਾਣਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਗੁਰਦੁਆਰਿਆਂ ਗੁਰਧਾਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਪੰਥ ਨੂੰ ਵਿਛੋੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਤਿਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਖੁੱਲ੍ਹੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਤੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਸੰਭਾਲ ਦਾ ਦਾਨ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੋ ਜੀ ਇਹ ਨੇ ਮਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਨ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨੇ ਤਾਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਤਾਨ ਨੇ ਓਟਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਓਟ ਨੇ ਆਸਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਆਸਰੇ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀਓ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਜ਼ਰ ਨਾਜ਼ਰ ਜਾਣਦਿਆਂ ਹੋਇਆਂ ਸਮੂਹ ਸੰਗਤ ਦੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਜੋਦਰੀ ਹੈ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸਿਟੀ ਆਪ ਲਿਵਿੰਗਸਟਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਚੋਣਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਰਦਾਰ ਜਪਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਉੱਪਲ ਕੌਂਸਲਮੈਨ ਬਣੇ ਹਨ ਅਤੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਹੋਜੇ ਮੋਰੈਨ ਮੇਅਰ ਬਣੇ ਹਨ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਖੁਸ਼ੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਸੰਗਤਾਂ ਇਕੱਤਰ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਅਹੁਦੇ ਸੰਭਾਲੇ ਹਨ। ਆਪ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਅਹੁਦੇ ਸੰਭਾਲਣ ਦੀ ਆਗਿਆ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੋ। ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਆਪ ਸਿਰ 'ਤੇ ਮਿਹਰ ਭਰਿਆ ਹੱਥ ਰੱਖ ਕੇ ਸਿਟੀ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਲੈ ਲੈਣੀ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਔਕੜਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੰਗ ਸੰਗ ਸਹਾਈ ਹੋਣਾ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਿਟੀ ਅਤੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰ ਸਕਣ ਉਦਮ ਚਾਓ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਨਾ। ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਰਹਿਮਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਸੰਗਤ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਅਸੀਸ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰੋ। ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰਨੀ ਸੁਖ ਹੋਵੇ ਨਾਮ ਚਿਤਾਵੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਾਮ ਚੜ੍ਹਦੀ ਕਲਾ ਤੇਰੇ ਭਾਣੇ ਸਰਬੱਤ ਦਾ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਬੋਲੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਹਾਲ ਸਤਿ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ। Please sit down. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other invocations? Please come forward.
Yes, I come in behalf for Father Harvey to also pray for you, but I also like to have the young one, Jabjit, if he could come forward too, for we could pray together for you guys also. We could all stand also. And we start in the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, I'd like to thank you for this moment, especially for this young one right here next to me. May you guide them, protect them. May you give them the wisdom, the knowledge, for they could work together as a team, for we could put our city first and our people. And thank you for another day of life. And thank you for this moment, and also for the ones that have served for a long time. Bless Maria Soto and her children, her family. And for all the other ones that they're here present today, and also for the special needs they have in their hearts. So we pray together to our Father, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thine kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. And may God bless us, protect us, and in the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. And thank you for your time and your service. May God bless all of you. And thank you, Maria.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any other invocations? ¿Tenemos a alguien más que guste pasar a ofrecer una invocación?
I would like to speak in Spanish. Bajigo intérprete. Doy gracias a Dios por el equipo que ustedes forman para servir a la comunidad. Esperamos que Dios esté en la vida de ustedes y les dé sabiduría, fuerza, valentía para hacer lo que tienen que hacer. Así que voy a orar por ustedes. Señor, te damos gracias porque tú eres bueno, soberano. Eres el Rey y estás sobre todo. Tú eres el que pones y quitas gobiernos. Te pedimos en este día que uses a tus siervos al servicio de este pueblo, que prospere esta comunidad
y la bendigas,
bless it.
que deseches todo mal,
Destroy everything that's evil,
enfermedad,
sickness,
tristeza,
sadness,
depresión,
depression,
y prosperes
and prosper
a aquellos que te buscan.
all those who seek you.
Te lo pedimos
We ask you
en el nombre de
in
Jesús.
the name of Jesus.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Is there any other invocations? Any other guests? All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for your words and for the good wishes for everyone in this council, for our communities, for people in our community, for people on the dais, and for those who have served. Thank you. Next, we have confirmation of the results of the canvass of the municipal election. Item number 15, consideration of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Livingston confirming the canvass by the Merced County Registrar of Voters and declaring the results of November 5th, 2024 general municipal election. Staff recommendations, approve resolution. Mr. Santos, is this for you?
No, you can do it, Mayor.
Okay.
Unless you prefer.
Is there
For this one, we're good. It's just a normal resolution, so it would just be public hearing.
Okay.
Public comment and then a motion to approve.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Council, is there any comments before I go out for public comment? Seeing none, I will go out for public comment on 7:59. Is there any citizen comments in regards to item number 15? Anyone on the phone? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber. Is there any citizen comments in the chamber? Seeing none coming forward, I'm bringing it back to the dais at 7:59, closing the citizen comments. Council, is there any questions, comments, motions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I make the motion, we adopt the resolution of City of Livingston, City Council of City of Livingston, confirming the canvass of Merced County Registrar of Voters and declaring the results of November 5th, 2024 general municipal elections.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Is there a second?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
So we have a second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Soto,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Moving forward to the oaths of office. Item number 16, at this time, we're going to have the city clerk administer the oath of office to mayor-elect. That's me. So I guess, okay. I don't know why I'm still nervous. This is like my third time. I, Jose Alfredo Moran, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you. So next on the agenda, I'm gonna administer the oath of office to council members elect. In this case, Japjit is gonna come forward, and then after this, well, you can go here. After this, then we're gonna take a small break, and then we can take pictures and congratulate us, and just mingle. All right, so I need. Are you nervous?
Ready to go.
You're going to repeat after me. I, Japjit Singh Upal, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and alliance to the Constitution
and allegiance to the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Wait a minute. Hey, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
There was a practice run. You forgot to ask to raise a hand.
I did that on purpose. He just wanted another opportunity for more pictures.
Do we have to do it again?
Yes.
Actually?
Yes. Okay, you got to raise your right hand.
Welcome to government. All right, let's go.
I,
Japjit Singh Upal,
do solemnly swear
or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and alliance to the Constitution
and allegiance to the Constitution
of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
So you're going to have to sign your life away for 4 years. No more vacations for you.
It's okay if I say a couple words?
Sure,
real
go
quick?
ahead, please.
Thank you. I really just, there's a lot of people that came out tonight. I wanted to make sure I could say thank you to them, just because I'm going to get a lot of messages tomorrow about why this took an hour. Like I said, welcome to government. Things take longer than they should, but we keep moving. First and foremost, my family, from the very beginning, there were a lot of reservations about this, but as soon as I said I'm doing it, I'm signing it, everybody said, all right, let's go. And they were right behind me from the beginning. My grandma's here tonight, Sasikal Bibi. And so is my nana right next to her. And all three moms of mine are here tonight. I hope they raise their hand wherever they're at. Just the support has been overwhelming. I always say I'm very fortunate that I have family and friends that support me unconditionally no matter what, whether it's my siblings, my cousins, my mama. Mon family has been so helpful throughout this entire process. Shout out to them. And my friends as well. A lot of them came out tonight. It's really good to see all of you. Have some local legends in the building. Shout out to Papa Wine. Shout out to Coach Gonzo. Taught me what it was to be a man back in high school. Van Gilders are here tonight. It's great to see you all too. Shout out to Matt Serrato from Merced for making it out. I wanted to bring a lot of people here, whether it's friends, whether it's family, elected officials from other cities, public officials from other cities, just as a reminder that nothing in here gets done with just us. It takes everybody. It takes a village, and a lot of the times the issues that we feel like we have is because we're not all involved in the process. To me, our job is not just to the city of Livingston, it's representing us above and beyond on the issues that affect us all regionally. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you out here tonight. We have some phenomenal people in the room, and there's a lot that we got to do together as a region so that we can move forward. But enough politicians speak. I'll let everybody get home for the night. Just can't thank everybody enough for coming out. I'm ready to go.
So at this time, we're going to take, before we take a break, I do want to recognize and thank everyone for being here, from Merced, from Los Baños, from Newman, from Santanella, from Fresno, from Gastin, from all over the area. Mayor Serrato, thank you for being here. Mayor from Atwater, thank you for being here. Newly elected supervisor, thank you for being here. And is there any other elected officials that are here? From Water District, from Santanella Water District, thank you for being here. My cousin, my comadre, Los Baños, hold on, you have too many titles. Los Baños School District Trustee, Merced County, no, hold on. Merced College, Dean of Los Baños campus, newly elected, also my cousin, my prima, newly elected council member for the city of Newman, Supervisor still Rodrigo Espinosa, and Mario Mendoza, Merced College trustee. Did I miss? Perfect. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. All right, and everybody else for being here tonight. And we're going to take a very short break. We say 5 minutes, but it's 15 minutes. So thank you, everyone. And then once we come back from break, then we're going to ask the newly sworn in council member to take his seat. Thank you. Break time.
Want me to take a picture?
Whole line.
All right, I'm just gonna start taking them at this point. You're okay, you're okay. I got it. All right, BB Cardi, BB for background, and BB not problem.
सारे कराओ
हो जेरे फ्रेंड
माइक से कह दो
हेलो मामा कोई गाल गोल कटी बड़ी गाल कटी चलदा
चलता
चलो कटी
मास्टर कर
They get aside from blackmail. They,
मेरी बंदा
Good evening again. Welcome back to our regular council meeting, and welcome to our new sworn-in council member, Javjit Paul. And at this time, we're going to need to have roll call called. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth,
Present.
Councilmember Upo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Samar,
Present?
Mayor Moran.
Present.
For the record, all council members and mayor are in attendance.
Thank you. Next, we have discussion and potential action items. Item number 18, consideration of a resolution appointing Arturo Sicairos, the recipient of the third highest election vote total for the open city council positions, certified by the Merced County Registrar of Voters, to fill the vacant city council seat created by the resignation of Councilmember-elect Rodrigo Espinosa. Mr. Santos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this item was requested by the mayor due to Councilmember-elect Espinosa's resignation after the election has been certified. It creates a vacancy. Even though he didn't take his oath of office, he is still considered the elected council member for that seat. So as a result, the council will need to appoint somebody to fill for 2 years until the next general election. And then at the next general election, an individual can run for that seat to complete the remaining 2 years. Under the government code, under the elections code, you can't appoint an individual to serve for longer than 2 years. So that's why the appointment would only be for 2 years, and then the position would be up at the next general election.
Thank you. And, as most of you know, Mr. Espinosa received roughly, I think it was a little bit over 1,500 votes, almost 1,600 votes. Mr. Arturo Sicairos, I believe the last number was above 1,000 votes, and maybe 1,100 votes or so. It's in the report. And then the next closest candidate was around 500 or 600 votes, 400 votes around there. And then, so yes, we do understand that we have a couple of options. One is to appoint, and the other one is to have a special election. And why, we can save of having a special election, which at this point I would not be in support of an appointment. I would be more in support of a special election if council selects, because I think that the voters have we cannot turn our back on our voters. And to those over 1,000 voters in the city of Livingston that voted for the third vote getter, in this case, Mr. Arturo Siqueiros. And, this last few weeks, well, this last few days over the weekend, I talked to a few residents, and out of all of them, out of only one, out of 6, 7 of them, one preferred the option of an appointment. And once we explain, I got an opportunity to explain what the options are, either a special election or an appointment. And 6 of them, once we explained how it works, they agreed and they said, well, why, should we not listen to what the voters recently said as they voted Mr. Siqueiros as the third most vote getter. We wouldn't be here if Mr. Espinosa, which he has the right, to select one of the 2 positions that he was elected for. But also I heard from at least one other council member on this dais say the same thing. When people vote for someone, and we are supposed to be here to listen to the people. And, we can go back and forth. Well, I'm gonna, and I also heard this. It's like, well, you want to appoint your candidate. Well, you want to appoint your candidate too. So it's like, we're just gonna keep on going back and forth. And the point is that it shouldn't be your candidate, my candidate, his candidate. It should be who the people elected it to be in that seat. And that is the third vote getter. So at this time, I'm going to open it up for discussion for the council.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
So 2 years ago, we ran into the same dilemma. And it was Elma, what was her name? Elma Alvarez. And we had the same thing going on. We didn't let her in, and this is nothing against you, Art, but I think we need to be consistent. If we're going to do 1 for 1, we should have let Alma in. And Art, congratulations, you've got the third vote, but this has no bearing on Art in a bad way. Just want to make that clear. I would like to see it go out to the public for 30 days. That's it. Thank you.
And then also another thing that I forgot to mention, Mr. Summer, you were here in this council because you've been here for 22 years. You were here in 2016 when you and part of the council elected or selected to have the third runner-up at that time, which at that time was Alex McCabe. And that council at that time appointed Alex McCabe as the third or the second runner-up at that time when a seat became vacant. So it is not something new, and I understand your perspective, but I think it should also be fair to mention that you have already done that in the past. So we have done both, and I think councils in the past have done, in the last at least few years, both options have been considered, and both options have been done. I just wanted to mention that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As someone famously said, practice doesn't make a law. So you can't arbitrarily say, when it comes to, when we talked earlier about, when we were looking at the agenda, you said practices don't mean anything. So it shouldn't apply, can't selectively be applied. To me, Arturo and I served together. I've known him for a long, long, long time. But the voters were given an option of 2 people. So if the top 2 vote getters got their vote, the voters didn't have the, I don't want to say trust, but they opted for the first and 2. Therefore, this isn't, just because you came in third doesn't automatically give you that same right. Now, I agree with you that holding a special election is a waste of time. too expensive, serves no purpose. But we have repeatedly gone out, allow everybody to apply. Like a lot of people told me, people, they may have told you to do this, but others have said when the agenda came out, if you wanted Mr. Sicaros, we would have voted him in. That's not what the voters decided. Now, we all know this isn't kindergarten. There is no participation award. It's not automatically given. I agree with Councilmember Roth that we should put out for everybody to apply, and Mr. Sicaros can apply just like everybody else, and we can make a determination at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have a couple comments.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Mr. Maron, you made a comment about it should be who the people elected in the seat, and that is the third vote getter. I disagree. The people did not elect the third vote getter. The people elected the top two vote getters. And obviously we have a seat to fill. I like the idea of a special election. I like the idea of taking it back to the people. However, I would like to explore the cost of that first, and also just the timeline. From what I've heard, general fund does not have as much funds in there as we'd like it to have. And so would like to explore the funding mechanism and see what that would look like. And another comment I'd like to make, obviously this is, at the end of the day, it's going to be special election or it's going to be appointment. If we do end up in the appointment route, I want it to be someone who has very clearly shown that they're engaged and they want to be here. And I mean this in the most respectful way possible to Mr. Sakairos, who came out tonight and obviously is on the agenda. I was the only candidate during the election process that was consistently here. I'm seeing you for the first time in this chamber. And now I have no idea if that's due to other obligations that you have. Everybody has family stuff to deal with. There's a lot going on in the world. I want whoever we appoint, if that's the route that we go, I would like for them to be in the chamber from here on out, engaged, asking questions. I will be the first person to say that I'm super young and I'm super inexperienced and I don't really know the whole processes of how this works. But since I decided I wanted to be in this space, I showed up and I'm trying to figure it out. And I'm going to follow that same path. And I ask whoever, if we go the appointment route, would like to apply, or who decides to run in the special election, if that's where we go, that they show up and they commit to the city. Because I do not see that from another candidate throughout the entire process. And for that reason, I don't feel comfortable appointing you tonight. I know you've served in the past. And from quite literally everybody that I've talked to, they have nothing but great to say about you. And I really respect that coming from other folks in the community. But I can't move forward appointing you tonight. If we go appointment, I encourage you to apply. And if it ends up at a special election, I hope if you're committed to the city that you decide to run, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you. Anybody else before I go for public comment? So something that I just wanted to also share. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that if we were able to get any information from the registrar of voters, how much a special election would potentially cost. I know that, for instance, I was researching, and as of May 20, 2024, the city of Blight, which has similar population, currently the city of Livingston has about 6,600 registered voters. The city of Blight has 5,437 voters, very similar to the number of voters. And they're going to have a special election. Something very similar happened to the city of Livingston, where a seat became vacant, and they decided to have a special election, and their cost is going to be around $10,000. So I foresee, based on similar numbers, that potentially the range could be between 8, 10, or 12,000. And the one thing that people might say, well, that is a big expense. I don't see it as an expense. I see it as an investment. I'd rather the city invest $8, 10, or $12,000 and allow the people to decide who they want. If council decides not to appoint and go into a special election, then allow the residents to decide who they want to be voted in. If you don't agree with the idea of a third vote getter to be elected, then consider the special election, and I see the $8 or $10 or $12,000 as an investment, because potentially getting someone here on the dais that is not aware of what they're doing, that says, oh, I don't want to know about past history, I don't care to know, or someone that is not here for the whole purpose of serving the community, then it's going to cost this city more than those $10,000. It's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, like it's been costing the city in the last 2 to 4 years. I can tell you just a rough number, how much the city has been paying. Just recently, a few weeks ago, we ended up paying $160,000 back to the state. That is a one-time thing. And then we end up having other things that we have to take care of. And then just it's not his fault. Actually, it is good that we have a city attorney, but in legal fees, because of all the things that we have going on that have been decided by people that don't know what they're doing, that don't take the time to read their agendas, that are not invested in our community, that don't care, they're just here for a title and to represent the other interests, that is wrong. So I'd rather go to a special election, allow the residents to elect who they want to be here, regardless of who that might be. Make that investment. It's not an expense. Make that investment. So at this time, 8:53, I will go out for public comment. Is there anyone on the phone with the public comment in regards to this item number 18? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber, is there any public comment in the chamber? Can you please come forward, state your name for the record? You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Rodrigo Espinosa, the culprit. I guess, I hate to put you guys in this dilemma. I know the agenda is about, installing Arturo Sicairos, which served honorably with Gurpal and myself. But from what I see, where the vote, it probably is leaning towards the majority of the council is to it be an appointment or open it up for consideration, in the next 30 days and get applications. I would be against the city spending, $30,000. I know it's as high as $30,000 in the past, I've heard, even years ago. So I don't think it's going to be $10,000. I think it'll probably be up to $30,000. So I would be against that, the city spending all that money, because right now I know that from what I hear that the city is not doing as well. So, like I said, it's just I really hate to put you guys in this bind, but unfortunately, I was told by my attorney in the past that if I won one or the other, I couldn't keep both. It's incompatible. And also got a letter from MCOE stating that just recently that it's incompatible, so I cannot be on both seats. So I really hate. I appreciate the vote and the support from the community, which, like I said, I love this city, and I would have been loved to be up there, serving on both sides, because it's only 2 meetings a month here and 1 meeting a month over there in different days. So for me, it would have been easy. As a supervisor, I was more busy, but I just really wish the best for this community and for you guys to make a decision. If it's by appointment, then then it'll be, and I know there will be more discussions, and like I said, people can apply, but I can't. I won't support another election because I don't want the residents to pay for the election. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional comments? Please come forward and say your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, all council members. I wasn't really prepared to be here, standing and talking to you, but I always do what I feel is right. And in this situation, I just heard what's going on. I came to congratulate everyone. You're all wonderful. You all care about our city. But I also have known Arturo Sicairos for many years. We all have our roles in society and in our town. And I have seen Arturo since my kids were very young, always active in the schools, not to get any recognition, but just be there. and also very active with his children. He's someone you can talk to. He has the experience of being here as a council member. I believe he cares, his family cares about our town. They have a family, but they care about others, they care about their neighbors. And I always say, I always look at actions. We can all talk and, say different things, but it's what are you doing to make a difference? And we all make a difference in different ways. I have seen him being the coach of my children. I have seen him so busy, doing so many things, helping with the band for several years, doing fundraisers, being in committees at school. And I don't know what else he does. I know he has a large family, but I don't know, I just feel like he does it from his heart, and I think he cares. So I just want to leave you with that, and that's the way I see things. And I don't know, I respect Arturo Siqueiros. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional citizen comments in the chamber? If you can please state your name for the record. I think most people don't know who you are.
There's no pen here. Oh, yeah. Arturo Siqueiros, 639 Cherrywood. I'm the runner-up. I'm not big buck, but you cannot, Jack D, you can't say I'm not active. You guys have access to YouTube. So I always watch you guys on YouTube. That I'm not here doesn't mean I'm not active. I mean, other people they have the time to come over. Well, they're more than welcome. That's the only thing, but it's up to you guys, whatever you guys do. I've never said anything else, but it's on your hands what you guys want to do. You guys are the ones on that side, and what you guys want to do is the best for the city, not for me, not for you, not for anybody else. So take it back in mind, whatever you guys want to do. I'll respect the decision, and good luck on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional citizen comments in the chamber? Seeing none, bringing it back to the dais, closing the citizen comments at 8:58. So, I think something that I hadn't mentioned, I knew of Arturo, I met Arturo unknowingly, my kids, they all go to the same schools, it's a small community. I started to get more involved as a parent in one of our school districts when my kids were in middle school. And back in 2014, 13, 14, and I just seen this guy just always running around like crazy, always volunteering here and there, always doing all kinds of things, whether if it was for the band, whether it was for a school fundraiser, cooking chicken for the middle school, for the high school, at the park. And then it wasn't until a few years later that I learned who he was. And actually, I think he represented a buyer for when we sold our home in Winton years ago. And I didn't even know who he was, and I didn't even know that it was him who represented the buyer for our home in Winton. So it wasn't until years later that I heard, and I used to hear the name of Arturo Siqueiros, Mr. Siqueiros, volunteer here, volunteer there. So at least since 2013, 2014, I pride myself in being an advocate of volunteering in the community. I think he surpasses me because he is, and then sometimes he is volunteering for the two schools at the same time, if not three sometimes, For Yamato, I think it's for the middle school and for the high school. And I think his youngest kid is now in middle school, but he's still, but ever since, I think the oldest one is probably like 22, 23. So, and they have gone through school, and they have gone through with some of your kids, and I know that you were part band booster president. He's been booster president from the band and at the high school. Gosh, I don't know. He keeps on getting elected because he's always doing the work. So it's to say that, and yes, actually, since we started promoting the recorded meetings, in the past, our YouTube videos for our meetings used to be 8, 10 views. It meant like only 10 people watched those meetings. Right now we have, at least on the low end, 130, 150 views. And I know that a lot of people cannot come to the meetings, but they're always watching because they're always sending me messages. Oh, I this about the meeting last night, or questions or responses and stuff like that. So I know that a lot more people are watching those meetings at home like they are right now. And so unfortunately, they're not everybody's able to come. And it's we all have responsibilities, and yes, we wish them. I mean, we're used to like the old style of meetings when people are here and present, and but that has been like that for years, and so and then even like it's there's always fundraisers. There's always with the band booster for one, with Sober Grad. And 2 or 3 things at the same time, and he still makes time to attend school side council meetings at the high school and school side council meetings at the middle school and parent PTA meetings at Jamaro. That's all of our schools all at once, So it's if we talk about hardworking people, that they're volunteering, they get nothing back in return. It actually costs money to volunteer. As Ms. Fuentes, I also met her since we were in middle school with our kids, and at the high school. So I know what you're saying, and I understand because we've been there. Maybe some of you guys have not been part of those because your kids are all grown up and haven't been part of, maybe, and I know that some of you guys still buy fundraiser tickets and all of that, but I've been able to see that even before I knew who Arturo Sicairo was, And so if there's no additional comments or questions, I will make a motion to appoint Mr. Arturo Sicairos to the vacant seat. Is there any additional comments, questions? If not, so I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? So motion dies because of a lack of a second. Any additional questions, comments? Motions?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to see what the cost of a special election would be, how that compares to how many funds we have, and potentially bring this back when we have that number and take it from there. Open to hearing your guys' thoughts on that, and also how urgent you think this seat needs to be filled based on other things that are going on. But I would like to see a cost. I'd like to get a better gauge from the community on what they feel, what we should do, and take it from there.
Yes, go ahead.
I probably should have mentioned this at the beginning. The timeline is very short in making this decision. So the council has roughly 60 days from the date Councilmember-elect Espinoza tendered his resignation, which gives the council till, I believe, February 8th to either make a decision to appoint or to call the special election. So that decision has to be made before February 8th.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza clearly stated, we know from past experiences and analysis of the cost, special elections can cost of $30,000 or above. I think there was an analysis done in one of the recalls that to hold a recall election was going to cost the city around $50,000. I don't believe those numbers have gotten any cheaper. If anything, might have gotten higher. So I just want to throw that out there. What if people would, our colleagues would consider is to put out for 30-day recruitment process. At the same time, we can get the exact numbers if we need to from the elections office, but don't delay the process. If by the time we have our next meeting, if we find they're going to give us a pretty close cost, we can still vote on that day. Instead of voting for to appointment, we can vote to have the election. It would suffice the requirements of the 60 days, as long as we set the elections in motion.
Can I comment? If we're able to do both at the same time, I'm down to go that route so that we're saving time and being efficient.
So if I may, I do disagree with your idea of being that costly. And I think it's, if you make a motion to table this item until we get further information, accurate information, and we can always have a special meeting during the second week of January when we come back, and that will give us an extra 1 week prior to our regular meeting for us to have that information and for us to consider this item with accurate information from the registrar of voters. And then we have to keep in mind, out of when I first started running back in 2020, only about 800 to 900 votes were given to anyone running for mayor. 800 to 900 votes. And yes, even though the cost, one of the fixed costs for the register of voters is for them to print a ballot for every registered voter, which is 6,500, 66. That is the biggest cost. But the other cost is the time that is going to be spent by employees looking at the ballots and how many get returned. So, on presidential elections, that's when we get the most ballots returned. But on a non-presidential election, we normally get half of those ballots returned, which this time was about 4,000. On a non-presidential election, the number of ballots returned it's been around 2,200. On a special election, it's probably going to be about 1,000 to 1,500 in ballots being returned. And so the number of hours to count those 1,500 ballots is not going to be the same as on a presidential election. So yes, on a presidential election, possibly the cost could be much higher. And then we can still plan for a regular meeting the third Tuesday of the month, but we can always consider a special election a week before, just to be able, once we have an opportunity to have more accurate numbers based on how many ballots are returned, and because I think it's important. And I understand your perspective because you haven't seen the things that we have seen in closed session. And I know when I say that having someone that doesn't know what they're doing or that are not invested in informing and educating themselves on the decisions that they're going to make have cost the city more than $30,000. It's been in the hundreds of thousands of dollars just by electing the wrong person that is not invested in the responsibility they have been given. And I speak and I say that because I've seen it myself for the last couple of years. And we're still not done. And so I want the people out there watching right now and the people here in this chamber to be able to acknowledge that and analyze that. It's like when we have a company. When we hire the wrong employee, they're going to end up breaking equipment and machines, and they're going to cost us delays. They would have cost us more than employing a well-qualified person. And so I get it, I understand, and we want to be, and I understand because this is your first item right now and not knowing all of that information, and I respect that. But if you make a motion to request more information, and then we can consider a special meeting, because that information can probably come to the city in about a week or less, and then we can consider a special election after the New Year's, and we can come back and make the final decision, and it will still give us at least 2 to 3 weeks extra to go out for people to fill out an application. Okay, so just so that there are options. But if you make that into a motion, I will second it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to make the motion that we begin the recruitment process at the same time, get the cost analysis of the special election. If on June 17th or 21st, whatever the date is, if we see the financial cost is less, then we can still have that option to hold a special election, but there's no reason to deny a recruitment process. So I'm thinking, and it's a motion, that we begin the recruitment process and at the same time get the analysis for the special election, which will surprise everybody how much it's going to cost. That's a motion.
But just to give you some additional information, and so if we wait until the 17th, then the register of voters I'm not sure if they're going to have enough time to print ballots and
No,
send
we
them
have to
out.
call the election. Doesn't mean election has to be held. We have to call for the election.
So just call it before
Yes.
before the 8th?
Yes.
Before the 60 days?
Yeah, so we would just opt for the special election, then we would work with registrar of voters to set up the special election.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it doesn't have to be conducted within 60 days. If you go the appointment route, the appointment has to be conducted within the 60 days. And then I just wanted to add, unfortunately, because of the way the item's agendized, the only path that we can go forward on this item is either to table it or come back and bring another item to consider whether to do a special election or appointment, because it's not agendized for that consideration. The only thing that's under this number 18 is the consideration of the resolution for Mr. Arturo Zacayas.
So you're saying we can't propose our own, because normally we always had, and I understand the way it was worded, normally we have our given options.
Unfortunately, it wasn't Brown. It wasn't agendized, so the public didn't.
Well, with all due respect, this is where past practices, where if somebody proposes something, the mayor throws it away, and it doesn't work. So, okay, yeah, then what we can do is, if we're not going to do it, then I will say that we go back and hold a special meeting and bring the item up. It does not have to be the January 21st. I will say that we can hold a special meeting, and we can call it for Monday if we need to. I will say we hold a special meeting to put this item up. So, okay, then if we can't consider it right now, then under future agenda items, I will propose a special meeting, and then we can make a decision then.
May I comment real quick? Okay with that direction moving forward. This is not related to the action on the item specifically, but rather how this was brought to the agenda. I was told different things by different people on this dais about the process by which an item can get on the agenda and what is law and what's not and what should work and what shouldn't. Mr. Santos, like I said, I sent you an email. Obviously, it was not timely enough for you to look into it before the meeting. And maybe this is a future agenda item, but I looked into state code. I did not see any rules on agenda setting. Maybe I just don't know where they're at. Also looked into our municipal code. Did not see anything there either. May not have found it, but I don't want to play a game of this person can put something on the agenda and they can't, or no, it needs to be two, or I don't want to hear different things on it. If we don't have a formalized policy already, I would like for us to have a formalized policy on how we get things on the agenda, because that's just going to keep going in circles from here on out. And I would not like to do that for the next 4 years. So I strongly suggest that we get clarity on that and that we can get a formalized policy.
And, and then just to go back, I think that was, if I may, that was a recommendation that Mr. Lopez has suggested to the council, that because, and like in past practices, quote unquote, like in past practices, we have done, or this council or previous councils have done many things.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yes.
But at this point, I'll just caution that we are past
Okay.
the topic and onto a different topic. So I don't want to evoke any Brown Act
All right.
issues. Sorry.
Sounds good. So let's just, going back to this, and then, so Mr. Santos, since you're saying that the way this was written, and the motion died because of a lack of a second, then we have to wait until future items for the agenda or what are the options here right now?
So unfortunately for this item, absent a vote to table 18 and bring it back to another agenda, this item is over at this point. Action can now be taken on it unless the council basically does a motion for reconsideration of the prior vote and then approves to bring it back. As far as the issue of appointment and/or calling a special election, that's not agendized under this item, so we can't take action, meaning we can't have a motion and a second to set either a appointment schedule or a special election schedule without that being agendized, and it's not currently agendized under number 18.
Okay, so since my motion didn't move forward, the only other option we have is either to table it, if not to table it until a next meeting, then we have to move on to the next item. Council, anything else?
I still make the motion that we do a recruitment for our second meeting in January.
Are you talking about future agenda items?
Okay, well, you want to hold a special meeting, then we'll do that. Thank you very much.
Well, no, I'm asking.
No, I'm okay. That's okay. It's all right. Thank you.
So is that a yes?
No, just move forward. No problem. Let's go to the next item, please. Thank you.
Okay, so anything else, council, on this item? All right, we're moving forward with next item, City Council reorganization. Item number 19, nomination and election of Mayor Pro Tem. So, do you want to add anything in regards to, and then so I can add something else to it afterwards?
No, Mr. The only thing I would say, Mr. Mayor, is this item's on the agenda because the municipal code requires after the general election to have the appointment. Unfortunately, it still references the prior setup, the way the city had it when the mayor wasn't independently elected. So it technically says once the mayor is appointed, then we also seat the mayor pro tem at the general election. So that's why this item is on. The municipal code requires the appointment at every general election of the mayor pro tem.
I see. Yeah, and then again, there's also questions, because I do remember, from my previous meeting, at least from 2 years ago when we elected Mr. Samra to the position, or before, I do remember someone made a comment, and I believe it was legal at that time, who made a comment that along with the other organizations that we are responsible to attend and the other meetings, that reorganization it could be done annually, but because we just never did it. And then I think probably just moving forward, I think we need some clear language and clarification if it's only every 2 years or if it could be every year if needed. But with that said, is there any other comments, questions before I go out for public comment on this item from council? All right, at 9:21, I will go out for public comment on item number 19. Is there anyone on the phone? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber, is there any public comment in the chamber? Seeing none, closing the public comment at 9:25. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Samra has been in that position for 2 years and on and off for 20 years. As you know, he's very proud of that, which is great, and very knowledgeable. And I know that Mr. Rod has been on council for 2 years, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to be able to come together and provide that experience to the rest of the council. And this would be a great opportunity to, if he's okay with it, I would move to I would suggest council to support the idea of appointing Councilmember Roth for Mayor Pro Tem, and that would be a good opportunity for at least for the next year or so, if the language is clarified, if not for 2 years. And then I would ask the support of the rest of the council to, and then I can make that in a motion if needed. Actually, I'll make that a motion to appoint Councilmember Roth if he says okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great step, and I very much appreciate it. But I need to think about it real quick here. So, yeah, it is a big step. I don't want to go through all the hassles that we're going through right now. You know what I mean? So right now, I'm going to hold off. I'll do it next year. Okay? Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, I appreciate that. And I think that, because I figure when you run for mayor, you were like, you're ready to take it all upon yourself. But, it's I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem, can you share what some of your experiences have been? Whether it is that much of a responsibility, or if you wish to second that motion to encourage Councilmember Roth to reconsider?
Having been the mayor and the mayor pro tem, other than having to run the meetings, the duties and responsibilities are pretty much the same. For the last 5 years, the mayor and the mayor pro tem had to come to a consensus to move the agendas, but I guess we're deviating from that. I'm not going to put our deputy city clerk, but last 5 years, there's never been where the mayor and the mayor pro tem didn't concur on the agenda, but it still moved forward. But those are some of the difficult decisions. It can be learned on the dais, but I think we do have to respect Mr. Roth's decision to forego at this time. So I think we just need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other comments up on the dais or any other suggestions? But wait, I think I made a motion, right? So we have to, or I will, well, let me put it, just for fun, I'm just going to leave it, just for fun. So if there's no other additional comments, I will keep my motion, and then the rest of the council can decide what they want to do. So I have a motion on the floor to appoint Mr. Roth for Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Ubo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Congratulations. We're there to help you, and I mean, you have the support of staff and the experience of Mr. Gurpal, and it's not that difficult, but it's a good experience, a good learning experience. And then, so at this time, we're going to retire into closed session, and then we're going to, I don't know how long that's going to take, but you're more than welcome to stay. We got coffee, cookies, and then we're going to come back after closed session, and we still have some more items under discussion and potential action items. So at this time, I'm going to go,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I was told by the attorney that we can still modify. I make the motion to remove item 2, 3, and 4 from closed session.
Well, let me go to the motions first of the citizen comments. Or is that Mr.
I've
Boyd?
already made the motion.
Okay.
So
What's the procedure?
I'll be honest, Mayor, this is the first time this has come up. Technically, under each item, a council member can make a motion to remove an item or table an item. I would still recommend going out for public comment because the agenda items are, everything on the closed session has been fully agendized, but the motion to remove those items can then still be considered by council.
So I have another question. Since we already went and asked about, and this is just a question, since we already asked for any changes to the agenda, does that refer to the closed session as part of the agenda? Because we don't want to get in trouble of going through the process and then later changing it. I'm just not sure that's why we always.
Normally it does. We're in a bit of a gray area tonight because we did seat a new council. And so the original consideration of agenda changes was by the prior council. We have new council members seated. So technically, it can still be considered.
Are we okay if I ask to take a break before, so I can consult with?
Mr. Mayor?
No, hold on.
There's a motion on the floor. You can't take a break. You have to call for a second.
Okay.
No more tricks, please.
So
There's a motion on the floor.
give me one. So I'm asking a question. Is it okay for me to ask a question? It should be okay for me to ask a question. That is why I'm asking legal, because if it's not allowed, then by all means, then we can continue. So I'm only asking a question. Are you okay with that?
I have a motion on the floor.
Well, thank you. So your answer is?
You cannot recess while a motion's pending.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor to remove items 2, 3, and 4 at this time. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So we have a first and a second. Roll call, please. Wait. I have to go out for citizen comments first. So my apologies. Is there any citizen comments on the phone in regards to items on closed session? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber. Is there any citizen comments in the chamber in regards to this item? Seeing none, closing the citizen comments on 929. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Ross?
Yes.
Councilmember Upo?
Because I don't know the nature of the closed session items, I haven't been in closed session yet. I don't feel comfortable saying yes or no, so I'd like to abstain.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
No.
Motion fails by a vote of 2-1.
No, the motion would pass.
Oh, motion passed.
Correct.
Okay.
So can you explain that?
Yeah, it's based on, because this isn't dealing with ordinance, resolution, expenditure of money, the vote is by a majority of the quorum, not a majority of the council.
So majority of the quorum, which is 4, wait. So it would be 3. So majority of 3.
Yeah, it's 2.
2, correct. Okay. So then items 2, which is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation significant to exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 5496.9. D, which we have 2 matters. And then item number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D, Government Code section 54956.9. which we have one case, claim number 4A2311H2J24-0001, and number 4, conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation, deciding whether to initiate litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, one case, Merced County. So those are out of this agenda. And then, so all we have left is item 1, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6, labor negotiator Christopher Lopez, interim city manager, employee organizations, OE3, Police Supervisory Employees Association, OE3, Livingston Police Officer Association, and item number 5, conference with legal counsel pending litigation pursuant to paragraph 4 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9, Jose Ramirez versus the City of Livingston, case number 22CV0082. So at this time, we're going to retire to closed session.
Mr. Mayor, before we go to the closed session,
Yes.
I also like to make the motion to table item number 21 at another date. Okay, we'll wait till he comes back.
All right, so we're going to retire to closed session. You are more than welcome to stay. We got some cookies for you once again, coffee. There'll be some exciting more items. I've got about 3, 4, 5 more items when we come back. And we'll see you in a bit. Hello, everyone. Glad to see that we still have people here. We're back from closed session, 10:49. Let me get my glasses. And then, so at this time, we need to have, is there any report from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable actions taken at this time.
Thank you. So at this time, we have a public hearing, item number 20, waive first reading of the ordinance by title only and approve ordinance of the City of Livingston, amending Title 4, Chapter 2, Section 10 of the Livingston Municipal Code regarding freeway-oriented signs. Staff recommendation, waive first reading, open and close public comment, and approve ordinance by title only.
Mr. Mayor, at this time, I believe Council Member Roth wanted to request a motion.
Mr. Mayor, can we go back to item number 19?
Okay, so that will be nomination and election of Mayor Pro Tem.
Correct. At this time, Mr. Mayor, I thank you for the offer, but I am going to decline it.
Okay, so Roy, how do we proceed in this situation?
What I would request is that we do a motion for reconsideration of item 19. If it's first, second, and approved by a majority of the council, we can go back to item number 19 and then reconsider that item at that time.
Okay.
And consider additional nominations for Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, so first we have to make a motion to go back and then approve by majority.
Yeah, it would be a motion for reconsideration of item 19.
Okay, and then if I may just ask, what was it about it that scared you? Just I'm not sure about.
Nothing scared me. I'm just going to go with my instinct from when I told you before that I wasn't too sure about it, and we'll leave it at that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so would that be a motion?
That is a motion.
So we have a motion on the floor to go back to item number 19, reconsider item number 19. Is there a second?
I will second it.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Roth, and then shouldn't you already be Mayor Pro Tem? No, just by Mr. Roth, and second by Mr. Samra. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Opo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
All right, so going back to item 19, nomination and election of Mayor Pro Tem. I guess we have to go through the whole process and then open citizen comments, or just us?
Yeah, we would still need to reopen it for public comment.
Okay, sure.
But yeah, at this time, the council can make a motion to appoint the Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, council, questions, suggestions, recommendations before I go out for public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Sammer can have it. He's been doing a good job on it, so I select him.
Okay, so that is a motion, and then, anyone else?
I will second it.
All right, so at this time, I will go out for public comment. Is there any citizen comments on the phone in regards to item number 19? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber, is there any citizen comments in the chamber in regards to item number 19? Seeing none, bringing it back to our dais at 10:53. So we have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Opo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra.
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
No.
Motion passes by a vote of 3-1.
Thank you. All right, so now we're back on item 20. Public hearing, waive first reading of the ordinance by title only and approve ordinance of the City Council of the City of Livingston, amending Title 4, Chapter 2, Section 10 of the Livingston Municipal Code regarding freeway-oriented signs. Staff recommendation, waive first reading, open and close public comment, and approve ordinance by title only. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This item is from previous direction of council to come back and bring this ordinance amendment. What it does is it's a limited scope amendment that allows freeway-oriented signs to present advertising for items that are not directly related to the business being conducted at the location. It also limits it to advertising to basically our neighboring community, meaning Merced, Fresno County, and other neighboring Madera County, Stanislaus, San Joaquin, et cetera, so that the actions would be, the advertisements would be focal on the local community and things benefiting the local community. In addition, it provides opportunity for city-related items to be advertised on the sign too.
Thank you, council. Is there any questions, comments at this time before I go out for public comment? Seeing none, I will go out for public comment. 10:55, is there anyone on the phone in regards to?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
What we'd do is we'd open the public hearing on this item.
All right, so at this time, 10:55, 10:56, I will open the public hearing. All right, is there anyone on the phone in regards to item 20? Hearing none, coming back to the chamber. Anyone in the chamber? Seeing none, bringing it back to the dais, closing the public hearing at 10:56. Council? Questions? Motions? Questions for legal?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
To me, I believe we did act on this, I can't remember the exact date. At that time, option 2 was chosen. And I wholeheartedly agree, if waiting everybody else's comment, that we go ahead and stick with option 2. Just a comment, that's not a motion yet.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, I guess I will entertain.
Okay, I will make the motion that we take option number 2, direct staff to initiate the amendment of sign chapter Livingston Municipal Code to allow freeway signs to advertise all premises business by the property owner. Option 2. Am I correct on this?
That's the background.
Yeah, I believe it's,
The option before the council is to
Waive.
Yeah, wait.
waive the first reading.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, my mind was stuck on what we did last time. Okay, so I make the motion, we waive the first reading ordinance by title only and approve the ordinance, City of Livingston Municipal Code repealing, replacing Title 4, Chapter 2, Section 10, the Livingston Municipal Code regarding freeway-oriented signs to allow all-premise advertising on vacant land.
So we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
First and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Upal,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Semer,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. Next, we have discussion and potential action items.
Mr. Mayor, on this item here, item number 21, I make the motion that we continue to another date.
Okay, can you allow me to ask council for questions before a motion?
No, I'm asking that we continue. I don't want any discussion at this time.
Okay. Legal? So in this, so how do we proceed? So we have a motion to table this item?
The current motion, yeah, is to continue this item, yes.
Okay.
At another date.
To another date on, Do you want to continue to another meeting or just another date?
To another date.
To another date.
To another date, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So we have a motion on the floor, first and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Upon,
Am I able to make a comment real quick before
By all means.
a vote? So looking through this, obviously, thank you for staff for putting together a very comprehensive report on this entire situation. It was a lot, did read through it multiple times and had some questions ready. If I'm understanding this correctly, as soon as we get into the new year, we're no longer using numbers from 2014. We are now using numbers from 2015. Yes, as our limit of how far back we're extending our timeline.
That's correct when we were talking about theoretical,
Right.
theoretical water capacity versus
Right.
actual water capacity. Yeah.
Right, and even that is the very bare end of that timeline.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you have to look back 10 years, and so 2025 you would go back to 2015.
Right, and-
2024 you go back to 2014.
Are we able to get a new assessment with new numbers if this is brought back in January?
So let me add something here. There are two things, a technical assessment and an actual water operational assessment. The technical assessment hypothetically calculates what your water output capacity is and for planning purposes. Your operational assessment is what Anthony is seeing from our wells. So the operational assessment, barring any new wells that are updated, facilitated, brought online, remains what it is. So an update to the operational output doesn't change based on 2025. That's only going to be modified based on new sources of water coming in. So yes, for the planning purposes, the hypothetical situation, yes, that gets updated. But on the operational side, we're at a negative capacity by, I believe, over 1,000 gallons per minute.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Semmer,
So,
Hold on. Are you voting no? You want to continue this item tonight? Just so you know, this right here went when staff refused to meet with me on one-to-one with staff to get information before this item came up. That's my objection right here. I've not been able to get information the way I wanted it. So, Councilmember Rupo, please consider that.
yes, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, respectfully, you requested that this item be pulled from the agenda. This item is being discussed because this report had not been made known prior to Friday when the agenda was posted. So
Mr. Lopez, we talked about it on a Thursday.
Can you hold on one second? Just allow.
From the staff perspective, and I'm just going to be completely transparent and honest, we've got many developers and many applicants that are going through the process right now that are unaware of the situation of the city's water. And so we find ourselves in a position where these applicants at some point or another are going to receive some potential bad information. And it would not be appropriate as the role that I have here in the city to not be transparent and provide that to the community.
Mr.
With that being said, there was a question that you posed to legal regarding this matter. Legal responded back to you. After that, there were other things that you requested, and I said there's absolutely no issue with coordinating a meeting after the entire council's questions have been asked so that we can respond accordingly to those questions in open session. That was my response to you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
No, it was not, Mr. Lopez. I said, Chris, first of all, I didn't call you. I rejected the item being presented. Then you called me. And I said, Chris, I got a lot of questions. I'd like to sit with you, Anthony, and Mario to get some basic information, and if need be, I'll be more than willing to entertain a special meeting if that's needed. You were adamant not to even sit down with me. And you told me I don't have that authority. To me, a 300, 400-page report asking city manager to sit with staff was denied. There was no reason that I couldn't have waited a few days because that was asked. I know you are dead set on wanting to move this. Whatever the reason, that's fine. But you did not want to work with me, even to sit down to have this meeting. You refused to sit down. This is why I don't understand how you refuse.
Mayor, I'm going to read the email that I sent because it's important that we have all the facts here. I sent this morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I wanted to provide an informational update on tonight's council agenda. For the entire time that I have been here, the city clerk's office has sent the agenda to the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem for review. The mayor has previously added items to the agenda which have been included in previous agendas and have gone on without issue. On Thursday, 12/12, Monica sent the agenda to the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem for review. Upon reviewing the agenda, Mayor Pro Tem Sammer requested that a water capacity update be removed from the agenda and pulled from the discussion. Knowing that this had never come up before, I advised Mayor Pro Tem Sammer that I could not unilaterally remove the item at his request, but that I would circle with the mayor, inform him of his request, and then respond via email. I have attached that email here, which I've included to all members of the council here. Given that future agendas might be stalled and/or have additional similar issues in the future, I do recommend that the mayor and council adopt council protocols to ensure that there are clear expectations. Additionally, removing items from agendas may result in the lack of transparency and the lack of information critical to the council conducting its business. It is very imperative that the council and the community be given updated information related to such vital and critical infrastructure to ensure that the city is not withholding information from the community. Considering that developers may be expending significant funds on developing property in the community, it is important that staff is not picking and choosing what information is provided to the community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, over the last 5 years, Deputy City Clerk will probably attest, and I'm speaking to you as the Deputy City Clerk, in the past 5 years, when the mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem had disagreed, item did not move forward. The mayor did have the right to contact another council member to override the objection and then continue. Now, Deputy City Clerk, am I saying about the last 5 years, is that accurate?
This situation hasn't happened since I've been here, where the mayor pro temp and the mayor hasn't agreed.
Okay, if I didn't have the, whatever you want to call it, then why is the mayor pro tem getting agenda items to say to approve or not to approve? And I have removed items, we have shifted items around. I don't understand why was this so different. I'm not talking about capacity and all that, but it was a simple request from the city manager, but the city manager was dead set on having this and didn't care what the request was, didn't want to hear me, didn't want to even sit down with me. And to me, that is right there a big problem. So I can almost simply say, what is the reason? When I made the offer to have a special meeting, it was not even a reach out to say, we can't do that. In the past, we have compromised. We have, even before the final agenda comes out. The draft agendas are coming to me, and then all of a sudden, it didn't. To me, that's how I was worked before. I understand past practices don't mean it, But if you're not going to do the past practice, then I should have been given a warning or a heads up and says, I'm no longer going to do that. You can't just arbitrarily, at that moment, disagree with an item because it's inconvenient. It was merely nothing but inconvenient to move this forward. So, Mr. Lopez, with all due respect, you know I reached out to you to say I have questions for you. When I said I have questions, was that true? Was that true, Mr. Lopez? Did I say that I have questions for you? I'd like to meet with staff. Did I say that part to you?
If I may. Well,
No, I asked the question, was that true? Did I say I would like to meet with you, and if needed, I don't really mind putting it on a special meeting? Am I accurate in that? I would take that silent as saying yes, because it was not being denied. So this is, I don't know what the reason for it is. In all of my years, I've never, ever had staff say, you know what, it's okay. You have a question, I don't mind, let's go ahead and do this.
So just to be clear, Mayor Pro Tem, I did talk to you, I did call you, and I did clarify that it was not Mr. Lopez's decision to pull that item. So can you deny that you and I had that conversation?
We did have that conversation,
Okay.
yes.
So, and I clarified, that decision was not up to Mr. Lopez. That decision was made solely by me because I saw the importance of this update to be provided to the public. And I'm not quite sure you're trying to hide or delay this update. It's only an update. It's not just.
I didn't say anything.
Okay. It's only an update. If then residents, investors, developers, they can interpret it whichever way they want. And I told you, okay, let me think about it. Let me analyze this. Let me see, and I ask you, why do you want to pull this item? And you told me because I don't want some language included that is included in the report to be provided out to the community. Hold on, I'm speaking. And those were your words, because it's dangerous. And then I said, okay, let me think about it. I made phone calls. I spoke with Mr. Lopez. I spoke with Mr. Roy, and I looked at alternatives. And it took me a few hours. It was not actually, it wasn't until next day. And you called me next day. I think it was Friday morning. And I was in church at that time. I was not able to respond. And then I did text you, and I said, I have decided to keep the item on the agenda because and you can read it. It's right there. You have the text. And I said, I believe this item is important because it is information crucial to not only to the city to be able to provide that information, accurate, updated information, because if we wait another month, that is another month too long for some people. And I'm not quite sure why you're so adamant to keep this update out of the public's. And I'm not done yet. And I think, and even if we continue this item, we can all have questions and we can come back and continue having that conversation, but at least we were able to ask those questions for the rest of the council to have answers to some of those questions that you potentially already have, but it doesn't make any sense why we're trying to delay this. It's just not fair. It's just, everybody knows that the city has been struggling, and it's not a thing that has been happening for the last couple of years. It's been going on for a long time.
Mr. Mayor, I also said.
Just excuse me.
Go ahead,
Okay.
sorry.
So I think, and that's why I said, you know what, I'm going to keep this item on the agenda because I think it's important. Obviously we have questions. There's questions. I got questions. And for anybody to say that this actually the The new update is from page 148 to 160. I printed it out myself. I went word by word. The rest of the report, it's all previous information. You being here, Mr. Roth, you being here during those meetings, since March, the meeting in March, the meeting in April, I think it was. Where is it? There was a couple of meetings that are being referenced in this report. April 16, 24, and if you look at minute, 4 hours and 4:10 and 0 minutes, there's information there. And then once again, as Mr. Lopez already explained, there's a big difference between hypothetical. It's like saying, hypothetically, this month I'm going to earn $10,000. But realistically, I'm only earning way less than that. There's a difference between technical and hypothetical. That is, Mr. Anthony is here to provide an update on this is what we are currently producing. This is the amount of water that we're currently producing, not what we wish we were producing. And then coming back next year with the 2015, it's not going to change anything. It's just, now instead of being 12,000 or 1,200 gallons negative, now we're only going to be 900. We're still negative. We don't have extra water. What we know is we need more wells. And that's what we should be acting on and not delaying things anymore.
So what was different when I pulled items before and they didn't make it to the agenda to when I pull this item, it does make it to the agenda? What was the reason that I was able to do it before and all of a sudden I can't? And I even mentioned to you, Mr. Mayor, that I said, hey, I just want to meet with Chris, meet with the department head, and if we need to, we'll have a special meeting. What was wrong with that request when we did this in the past?
Well, it's December, it's the end of the month. We have staff that are going to be gone for 2 weeks. We have staff that are taking vacations. We have December, we have Christmas, we have New Year's. The earliest we can probably have a special meeting with all staff present that need to work on these items. It's probably going to be, because next week it's already, we only have a couple of days before Christmas, and then what, so potentially this report was not going to be, or this update was not going to come before us until our regular second meeting in January, and it's 1 month too long. I just don't understand what we're trying to hide and what the difference 1 month is going to make. If we're going to delay it, I mean, what's fact is facts, and that's it.
To me, never before has staff said, okay, you know what, we're willing to work this out. What was so harmful in saying, let me sit down with staff? There was nothing harmful about it. That was, city manager didn't even make any offer to say, you know what, let's sit down. It was, you don't have that authority. That's all it was. And it was a request. Chris, I'd like to sit with you and staff. That was a request. And all the time saying, so I don't understand, first of all, why it was denied and what is the urgency of waiting? It doesn't change anything, okay? Then what is it changing that if you do it for you? Delay a little bit. To me, it was total disrespect to me from the city manager and not even making the option to meet with staff.
So if you don't mind, I mean, Anthony's here, engineering is here. They can provide that update if it doesn't
No,
make any
because I
difference.
haven't had my chance to ask my questions that I wanted to say when I was city manager.
Mr. Lopez, go ahead.
Mayor, I will say this. I've afforded every council member weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, bi-monthly meetings for all members of the council. As a matter of fact, I met with Council Member Upal on Friday to go over the agenda, and we went over the agenda. I routinely meet with the mayor to go over the agenda, to talk about items before we have this council meeting. That opportunity is still afforded to all council members. I don't think you and I have had the opportunity to have a meeting. I respect your position on the council, not necessarily wanting those discussions, which is completely respectable. I do, however, believe that it is in the council's best interest to routinely meet with the city manager's office to make sure that we're all aware of the things that are coming up on the agenda. I'll continue to make myself available, Mayor Pro Tem, whenever you would like to have standing meetings in place to go over the agenda. Happy to do that. Happy to make myself available. I routinely do it after hours for the mayor. Happy to do it, work around Councilmember Upal's schedule as we did on Friday. With that being said, I will mention one last thing, and I already mentioned it earlier today. We've got applicants that are currently going through the process, thousands and thousands of dollars in plan check fees. And that really is important to me because on one hand, the city gets blasted for not being business friendly or not being transparent. If it were up to me, the city would be completely transparent with everything. With that being said, a month of additional plan check fees for any developer, even our small developers in the community, can be pretty significant. So that's why it's important that at least we're being communicative and transparent with what's really going on in the community. So that's my last comment, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, and to me, this is a very lengthy report. Obviously, the city manager knew this was going to come forward. I could have been given an update or a heads up. Hey, this is coming up. Do you have any questions? Then to spring it on you on a Friday and then want to talk about it on a Tuesday. To me, was it deliberately being held back? Maybe, I don't know. So I still
All right.
respect that we table this item to another date.
So at this time, we have a roll call. I think, can you continue with the roll call, please?
Can you start from the beginning, please?
So for the roll call, the motion was to continue item 21 to another date. Councilmember Roth stated yes. Is that correct? Councilmember Upal stated no. Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
No. Mr. Upal, would you please reconsider your vote?
I stand by my vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Samra?
To continue, yes.
Mayor Moran?
No.
Motion fails by a vote of 2-2.
All right, thank you. So item 21, city's water capacity update. Mr. Anthony, thank you for waiting patiently. And thank you for people watching at home and here. Thank you for staying. Turn yours on.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Anthony Chavarria, Public Works. This evening, I have our city engineer, Mario Govea, here to, we're going to tag team this item you have before you. I did prepare a PowerPoint just to summarize the billion-page document you have before you. I just really just hit the bullet points on this, try to make it as quick and as painless as possible. As Mayor Moran has stated previously, it's really not new information. Not working. These first two slides will discuss some notable updates presented to Council. At the January 16, 2024 Council meeting, an urgency ordinance request, which was a water moratorium, was brought forth due to the 2023 technical memorandum prepared by Gove Engineering. At the April 2nd, 2024 Council meeting, a water system update was presented to Council. As part of the water system update, the following items were discussed. The November 23 technical memorandum was discussed. Approved projects that were part of that technical memorandum, future supply conditions, TCP progress, as well as new wells. That was all part of the April 2nd, 2024 Council meeting water update. Next slide, please. Other notable updates that were presented to Council. At the September 3rd, 2024 Council meeting, Council approved the formation of an ad hoc committee to evaluate over-the-counter building permit applications subject to the City of Livingston's current water supply conditions. At that September 3rd Council meeting, as part of the ad hoc committee item, it was shared that Public Works staff provided updated capacities from some of the city wells based on current production records due to seasonal adjustments or equipment wear. That was the wastewater equipment analysis report that was prepared by myself in April of 2024. Next slide. The technical analysis slides, I'll let our city engineer present those.
Thank you all. I have a nasty cold, so bear with me. The water capacity assessment was prepared in November 2023, and that's the one that there's some summaries, I think, further down here on, I think it's sheet 8. But that's the one that basically it was prepared in accordance with the state water code, and in a nutshell, it looks at what's called a firm capacity, which is the capacity of the city minus the biggest producing well. It looks primarily at maximum MDD, maximum day demand, and that's what's normally used for planning purposes in terms of available capacity. As I think it was already mentioned, the 10 prior years are looked at, and the consumption for the highest of those years is the one that's considered for determining the demand. It happened to be 2020 in 2014, and based on that 1 year of consumption, the available capacity was shown to be basically zero. It's actually minus 22 gallons per minute. There's a number of assumptions when you prepare these capacity assessments. This one was actually prepared with daily consumption data and production data, so that's fairly accurate. Based on that, assessment, the available capacity would be approximately 0. It was also mentioned that as we go along with the end of the calendar year, come 2025, we will drop 2014, and 2015 will likely be the highest of the 10 prior years. And based on that, the theoretical available capacity would be 555 gallons per minute. That's about half a well, give or take. I think I'm in number 5. There's a chart also here on number 8. You want to take this operational analysis? So I think I'll stop here on number 5, showing that in 2025, the capacity, the theoretical capacity will show 550 gallons per minute available. To kind of put that in perspective in terms of what does that entail? The 480 unit apartment that's entitled, well, it will be entitled if the council actually extends their entitlement. It's 480 units and consumption is 179 gallons per minute. So that will show you that if you take the 555 into account, you probably could get close to, 1,000 apartments for that.
All right, I'll discuss a little bit of the operational analysis. April 2024, a water wastewater equipment analysis report was prepared by myself. As part of the report, it was identified by operational staff that the operations team has struggled to maintain system water pressure above 45 PSI during periods of peak hour demand during summer months. These pressure challenges have occurred while all city wells are in operation. Water operational staff have experienced issues with water system equipment failures in the past. When these failures take place in summer during peak hour demand, it further decreases system reliability to maintain system pressure. In September of 2024, staff secured the services of Power Hydrodynamics, Inc. to perform well efficiency testing and to provide a thorough inspection of the operating conditions of city wells. Each well was flow tested to confirm maximum production at that time. That production data was used to update the available water capacity that was provided in the technical memorandum that was completed by the engineering department. After updating the available water capacity using the most current numbers from the efficiency testing, the available water capacity places the water system further in the negative for planning purposes.
Yeah, I'll take next to here. And I don't know if you can, yeah, those are pretty small numbers. I don't know if you can read that. But there's basically 3 sections there. The top one is results or comparisons from using the November 2023 assessment. So the top number there is the minus 22, one up there. And there also looks at when 2015 consumption is actually will actually become the highest consumption. Then you have the 555 gallons that we spoke about right there. We also looked at trends for the last 10 years. I think we all realized that around 2016, 2017, there were conservation measures that were actually mandated. So consumption did go down quite a bit. And as we got closer to 2022, 2023, it did increase some, but if we look at those numbers based on consumption for 2022, the available water would be about 1,700 and change, which is like a large well. If you look at consumption of 2023, it would be about 1,370. That one there. So that just puts it into perspective what the actual capacity in terms of nominal production of these wells, which is what's used for these assessments based on recorded data that the state has, and that's for this one is particular. It's from summer of 23, from from the operating permit or report from the state. The second one here is a set of data that was prepared based on newer production flows that Public Works provided at a meeting that we had in April, and that's from actual field readings at that time. And it did decrease the flow. It used to be 7,200 up here, and it's like 6,650. So we did rework those numbers, and based on that, the available, if you take 2014 into account, it would be 572 negative. If based on 2015, that would be this number, which is about 0. It's minus 17, fairly even. And then we do have also the using 2022 consumption would be 1,143. 2023 consumption would be about 830. The last table here, this third one here, is the one that's using the pump efficiency that was performed for Public Works in September, and our office wasn't involved with that other than compiling compiling the numbers and preparing this. This is more of a snapshot in time, so the criteria is different than these two here. These two is based on actual flow data that was picked up by Public Works here in April, and this is what was done in 2023, including the state. The one down here, of course, as Anthony mentioned, the production did go further down based on whatever data those folks obtained from the efficiency test. So it did drop to 59.90 to about 6,000, so it dropped another, say, 650 gallons per minute. Based on that, for 2024, the deficit would be 1,230, and in 2015 would be 675. And then, if you use recent trends, it would go into positive here. And I don't know if I'll go through this other table here. This table is actually taken from the 23 assessment, and basically what you see here, we already talked about the important number that controls here is the one from 2014. That's 7,200 here, and so you can tell that 2015 is going to be, instead of 72, 22, it'll be 66, 67, and then it basically drops, and then in terms of what this table shows, it doesn't go up to 23, but 22 shows 5,500. And that's a demand here, 5,500, which is a lot less than the earlier years. So that indicates that consumption trends are decreasing or have decreased in the last 10 years. And yeah, okay, thanks.
All right, conclusion. All three reports from the technical memorandum of November 2023, the field analysis report of April 2024, and the well efficiency testing report completed in September 2024 show that there is zero spare water capacity available for planning purposes. The November 2023 theoretical available water capacity depicts a negative 22 gallon per minute finding. The field analysis report shows an available water capacity of negative 572 gallons per minute, while compared to the most recent field assessment that shows there is a negative 1,230 gallon per minute available water capacity for planning purposes. As Mario talked about earlier, the next water capacity assessment will not most likely, but will be based on the system demand from year 2015 and can be completed in early 2025. That does conclude this PowerPoint, this informational item.
So, well, thank you both for the presentation. If we can we go back to the table real quick? I think it was slide number 5. That one. Wait. Yeah, 8. So another thing that I noticed besides the decrease in production of water, that I think as Mario already explained, the top one is theoretical. The one in the middle, this was produced back in April 30th, and it was actual flow. We had 6650 based on 6650 gallons, and then just for reference, we're talking about gallons per minute, right?
Correct.
And then at that time, available capacity was a negative 572 gallons per minute. Imagine in the 24 hours, in a whole day, how many gallons less we are producing. And that was back based on flows from April. And the next one on the bottom is from September 18. At that time, based on 2014 consumption, it was 5992, and then we were at 1230 less negative gallons per minute. If you multiply that times 60 minutes in an hour, times 24 hours, times a week, and so on, you can probably figure out how our capacity is in the negative. But one trend that I see, and I understand based on the rest of the report, is that the further we wait, because of equipment wear and tear, and obviously anything that it's constantly running, because they cannot be shut down, because otherwise if we shut down a well, we're not going to have enough water, we're not going to have enough pressure. And so right now, at this moment, all wells need to be continuously running. And is that correct, or do we have one currently?
That's a correct statement for summertime.
Okay.
That's a correct statement for summertime. During fall, winter, spring, we're able to maintain pressure.
Okay.
And
then, so what I'm noticing is that the production it's lower. It's going down. It's not going up. But then later in the report, we're looking at. I was looking through the report. It's obviously, ideally, we would want to be able to have, to update, to renew, to modify different areas of your equipment, because the newer equipment will probably function better, probably might be able to produce more water, but like you mentioned, during the peak hours, it's like when we are continuously running any piece of machinery, we run the risk of breaking down, and if it breaks down, then it's not good. But thank you for clarifying that this is based on consumption during peak hours, primarily during the summer. So right now, I guess in a way we're kind of like okay, hoping that if a well goes down, then we should be almost okay. But if two wells go down like it's happened in the past, then that's not a good scenario.
Yes.
Yeah, and you may want to clarify that these are done with the biggest well out of.
Yeah, I'll let you go. I think this might be a good time, Mario, for you to really kind of just touch on some of Mayor Moran's, what he's explaining and noticing here is the decrease of production from one to the second to the third.
Right, and like I know, like I mentioned on that top one, these were actual field measurements done by the state in 23, and the middle one is field measurements by Public Works in May of this year, and then the bottom one is more of it's a snapshot of the system, so it's kind of a little bit of a different picture, and I'm not exactly sure on the criteria how they arrived at, how the folks that did the testing arrived at that, but we have the flows that they provided, and that's what we used for that. So it's a little bit of a different character, that bottom. In terms of being able to provide or not provide water, folks may take a look at what the actual assessment will read and approach the city on that. And we have the flip side of that, which is the operational side. If you have challenges, and I think the challenges are, and I'll let you talk about that, in summertime, and it's more pressure.
Yeah, that's
So,
correct.
so if I may, Mario, so what you're saying that even based on that information that you see on the bottom diagram, from your professional perspective, is not accurate?
I don't know. I don't know if it is or isn't. It's something that was performed by from a third party that we were involved with. We did, and I don't know if you can chime in on that.
And I could kind of explain what took place with that testing that was performed by the third-party firm that came out. They ran each well to its 60 hertz max capacity and what it could run at. Not every well could run at 60 hertz because operations. Some of the well sites we can't run at 60 hertz at full speed because we only could send so much pressure through treatment vessels. If we run certain wells at 100%, then we risk felling some of the GAC vessels, arsenic vessels, the treatment vessels. So that's why you're seeing a production decrease from theoretical, first one, down to out in the field, to the third one, because the first one is based off of everything running at 100% to design, to the way it was designed to build and produce. And the third one is what we're operating, what the wells are running at and what we're doing.
And Anthony, I'll add something there too. It's, one way you may be able to think about it is, a car. You purchased a car 20 years ago, we got 20 miles per gallon. As time goes on, as there's miles that are placed on the engine, as there's wear and tear on the vehicle, that mileage may reduce to, 15 miles per gallon. And so what Anthony just described is, as some of these components are getting older, they're not going to perform as they did when they were fresh out of the factory. And so that's what you're seeing. One of the main differences between the technical assessment and the operational assessment that Anthony is talking about, Mayor. Thank you.
And on that operational assessment too, you may have system pressure that's high enough that doesn't allow. Well, all these wells operate on system pressure. You know, they come on and off based on demand on system pressure. If there is enough pressure in the system, the well may not push as much water as it can. So that's also a concern.
And if I may, just to give council just a quick picture of what's happening during summertime that I'm hearing from my operators is during the peak hour demand, where they're usually seeing it in the evening hours. The pressure lowers or decreases to anywhere from 40 to 45 psi, and staff has to run the storage tank booster pumps that we have over there to maintain that pressure. We normally run the system anywhere from the water system anywhere from 55 to 60 psi to try to maintain that pressure. It does drop to about 40, 45 psi during those peak hour demands, but we are able to run the storage tank booster pumps to maintain pressure.
Yeah, and that is the purpose of storage tank, is just to make up for your peak hour demand. When you have a lot of demand and your wells can't produce as much as the demand is, then you use your tanks to make up for that. So that is what tanks are. So the tank is operating as intended. In terms of the pressures, when they drop, like Anthony was mentioning, you like to run about 50 pounds, 55 maybe. If they drop to 40, want to make that they go. In terms of what's allowed, you can actually go all the way down to 20. You don't want that pressure. But I think that's the biggest challenge for operations, having that pressure drop and then using the tank to make up for it, which using the tank is fine. And these, by the way, all these assessments are done without taking the tank into account, which they're supposed to be done like that.
I do have a question for Anthony, this is a nuanced item. In the technical assessment, it assumes that the largest producing well is offline. Anthony, in your assessment, did you take off the largest producing well?
Negative. That's with all wells running, and I did state that in the PowerPoint.
So that's a very important, critical piece of information, because in the technical assessment, it takes off the largest producing well. What Anthony has said is that he is having all of the wells online, and that's the output that we have. So in the instance that we have, God forbid, a couple wells go down in the summer, would be probably the most, it'd be a really bad situation if that happened. And so with that being said, that's a really important item that we're considering, because operationally, the assessment that Anthony's talking about assumes that all the wells are functioning at their level, didn't take into account a well being offline as shown in the technical assessment. Thank you, Mayor.
And so just real quick, on page 406 of the agenda, Anthony, there's a list of items that you describe or someone describes as failures in water systems since January 2023, including well 14, March 2023, which a submersible motor failed. Well 13, June 2023, a valve replacement airlift issue was happening. And then well 12, January 2024, turbine motor failed. Well 13, April 2024, motor leads and replace leads. And then in page 406, and the rest of page 406 and 407, it describes some different scenarios of what could happen, and because of loss of pressure. I think I already realized that even though some of this equipment is expected to perform as such, For instance, I think where I was reading page 407 at the bottom, well 17, which is the newest well, which was put in service in 2016. It was scheduled or ideally to produce 2,000 gallons per minute, but it actually only produces about 1,750. Because, I understand, and I'm not technical, I'm not an expert here, but, I don't want to be running my car 100 miles an hour, even though it can be happening. Because based on the report, it does make sense that, sometimes you have to bring it down a little bit, because if you were putting pressure on it all the time, then it's not going to last as long, the life of the equipment and so on. But just reading through page 407, it also lists a number of lift stations that need some work. For instance, Briarwood needs complete renovation. Naranda, replace one pump. 99 LS, partially renovated. Is that what it needs, or is that what it has been done to it?
99 lift station has been partially renovated.
Okay.
Briarwood lift station, as you mentioned, needs a complete renovation, and that has been identified in the CIP that was brought before council. And we have engineering working on that item right now.
That's being designed.
Yeah. And so, just looking at it, it kind of gives me a bigger glimpse. And then page 408, when it mentions well 11, this is well 11. This is a low producing well due to sanding issues. It produces approximately 300 to 500 gallons per minute. New well 19 is the planned replacement for that. And another thing that I noted, well 15, which we kind of already talked about a little bit earlier in this agenda, the city does not own the lot that the well sits on, which is another concern of mine. Not owning the land where certain wells are at, and so on. So well 17 was the one that was the newest one. It was put in service in 2016, and that's where you can see that it was designed to pump 2,000 gallons per minute, but operational staff, has it had to produce 1,750 to prevent it from overloading. So, but a lot of information, but very, very important information. Just, it's.
Yeah, and so that,
if I could,
well 15 is on standby, so it's not counted on these tests.
All right, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm reading and understanding this correctly. So generally, firm source capacity is defined as how much capacity do we have minus our largest producing well, correct?
That is correct.
Correct. Chris, if I'm understanding the comment you just made before the mayor made a comment, you said that in those bottom two assessments in April and in September, all of our wells were online, where those numbers are indicated?
It was a nuance.
The middle one, the largest one is off.
So what I was pointing out is that in the technical assessment, there are things that need to be done, including taking the largest producing well offline. So that's this theoretical idea of what you might have for planning purposes. What Anthony said is that in his assessment, he did not assume any of the wells were online. So what he's really showing is that that's your best case scenario. With Mario's technical assessment, that assumes, hey, things go wrong. Let's assume your largest producing well is offline. So what Anthony is saying, I think, and I don't want to speak for Anthony, but with all of our wells operational, you see the deficit of what we have for available capacity. Whereas in a technical assessment, that assumes your largest producing well is offline. So it's just a difference between, it's one thing to talk about theoretically what I might have. It's another thing to look at what Anthony is doing, which is the operational, looking at the wells, what are we producing right now?
Right. So in the 6650 figure and the 5900 figure, all of our wells are online there. We're not subtracting anything.
Anthony, did you hear that question?
No, six.
So on those bottom two, the 6650 figure and the 5900 figure, all of our wells are online. We're not subtracting anything.
The 6650, the largest one is off.
So in 6650, the largest well is off, which
So was the last one too,
And I think the last one too. I think,
because we just plugged those numbers in.
Right.
So they're all three of those are with the largest well off.
Earlier, I think it was stated that the bottom one, they were all on, but I
What Christopher's referring to, and if you go to page 406.
Okay.
Please let me know when you're there.
I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. That's the water, wastewater equipment assessment. You go down to the first paragraph. Overall, our water system can maintain system pressure during the fall, winter, and spring seasons. During the summer months, the water system has difficulty meeting the system's peak water demand. Even when all our source wells are operating in a state of good repair during the summer months, when demand is at its highest, our water department staff wants to utilize the 1 million gallon tank to maintain system pressure during peak demands.
and that's
Show you
where,
where it's at.
and that's where the
Okay.
tank comes online.
And that's what I was referring to with all our wells on and some of the issues staff's having out in the field.
Right, right. Thank you for that. The only reason I wanted to bring that up is this, what we're looking at is for planning purposes, right? What's available. But if we're not looking to plan any projects, none of these numbers are negative on a day-to-day, correct? Because we are including what
Correct.
our largest well is
Oh, yeah.
producing.
Yeah, you've always met your demand. It's, those are all basically theoretical. Even the bottom one is still a snapshot in time. for
Right.
The folks that did that testing and not knowing exactly the parameters, and I'm sure they don't either, because when they look at these wells, they don't know if the other ones are on, and if you have back pressure on the system that prevents the one they're looking at fully producing, or so there's some unknowns. The top two are pretty cut and dry.
Right, right. So like if we just look at, let's just look at the second one real quick, where we have a deficit of negative 500. If you include our largest producing well, you actually have a surplus of about 1,200 on that day specifically. Not for planning purposes, but operationally on that day.
Operationally, you'd bet, because it's 1,750, so you'd have 1,200 positive.
Right, right. I just want to, I wanted to clarify that because I misunderstood your point. I wanted to make sure we weren't on an actual negative operationally on a day-to-day. And that this is specifically for future planning, correct?
Yes, that's normally what these are looked for, and if you focus now on, say, next month, after 2014 drops, then that 555 there, that's what's going to be the theoretical one here, and that does have the largest well off.
Right.
The 1750 off, so if it's on, that would be a couple thousand.
Right, and all the projects that have already previously been entitled, those are included in this assessment?
There's four of them. There's the 480 apartments here on Main Street, Arco, Moonglow, and Tierra Santa.
Right, which is the 80-unit project.
That's correct.
And those are all included within here.
Those are all included.
It's, okay, that's a good question, but now I'm confused. So what you're saying is that with all of those projects that have already been approved so far, with our current water production, we should be able to provide enough water. And I want this to be answered by both of you, by both Mario and Anthony.
Yeah, and that's those four that, and that's in the November assessment, November 23. So yeah, there's a.
But now,
so
right now, this is December 2024.
Right, right.
Do we
now,
have enough water if we have those projects already built?
If they're built and ready to go, you would, because you're at zero until 2 weeks from now. Right now, like today.
So,
You're at
so you're saying
you're at
yes?
minus 20.
Anthony, do we have enough water to be able to provide water to those projects for them to be functioning right now?
Right now, no. I mean, I just stated that during summertime, with all our wells running, it's hard to maintain system pressure.
So I'm getting a little confused because we don't have those projects. You know, I think the four of them is the village, no, I'm more confused. The B Street project, the down Main Street, Moonglow, and it was Arco.
Which is very small.
Yeah, the only one, Arco, is online right now.
That's the only one.
But if those 480 apartments plus 80 plus on the other one, and Moonglow, which is a truck wash, and plus,
If they were constructed today,
and
these are the numbers that you would be looking at. Because these
So,
took into account.
theoretically, but then again,
Theoretically.
so now, Anthony, you're the one that is dealing with this water. When I get calls that we don't have enough water pressure, I call city manager calls you, and then what do you have to say? So I can respond back to the residents of why they don't have water pressure. What are you gonna say? Do we have enough water or not?
As I stated earlier, if we count these and they are built, we're going to continue to have further issues meeting pressure demands during summertime. If we continue to build and add more demand on our water system without drilling any new wells, we're going to continue to have issues maintaining pressure during summer. And it's going to start to leak into spring if we don't drill any new sources.
So that concept I understand, and I think probably, hopefully, everybody in this council understands that we need additional water sources. That's a no-brainer, I think. I mean, for me, it is. But, and then answer from both of you. If we have new developers coming in, asking for, they want to build particular project, how should we respond now? Not in a year or 2 years.
Yeah, there's today.
What-
and then
what
there's
would be your recommendation?
A couple of weeks from now.
Yeah.
Can we just go a couple of weeks? Because nothing's going to happen.
Sure.
Well, let me add,
Okay.
there is also a caveat, there is legal requirements on water allocation. So it's not a first come, first serve issue. So the priority under the law is affordable housing everybody else. So that would be the priority of how water would get allocated if there is water in the positive. So that's
Right.
one thing to keep in mind. So even though these projects are approved, like, we have to also keep that in mind. There is an allocation requirement by law.
Right, if you have, and the city does have one of those coming, it's going to get in front of them. So that obviously will get priority.
All right, I'm sorry, Mr. Lopez, you were trying to say something before I jump ahead of you.
I was going to say that there's also a number of projects that we've identified that have not been factored into this assessment. So there's a number of other projects that are currently entitled that have not been factored into this assessment. So the technical assessment isn't complete with all of the projects that have been entitled by the city, which throws another curveball into the situation that we need to be mindful about, that we're just not talking about four, we're really talking about a number of other projects that are there.
See, the four are already factored here, so that's fine. It's some that are not. Most of the ones that are not are small. There's the one that Roy was mentioning. I think it's going to end up being 80, I think it is. And that's going to go in front of them.
May I comment real quick? We're going to get another assessment in January, yes?
That is correct.
Will that assessment include all of the projects that the city manager just referenced?
We actually have a list of, and they're all very small, but yes, we'll do our fast. Actually, I think I have a list here. Yeah, I do have a list. And they're all like ADUs and small consumption projects. So we will look at these and estimate what the consumption is on those and add it to the assessment. So it'll come off of that 555 surplus that it's showing now. And we can do it a number of different ways, and that's where I think policy comes into, like with those the 480 apartments on Main Street. Looking at when do we think that would be reasonable to assume that they would be built? Well, in this coming year, 2025, they may or may not underground the V-shaped canal there, the ditch there. So that'll take probably a good year. And then they will have to produce plans and specs, improvement plans. And my understanding is that folks that own that may be looking at phasing it or selling it. But all that takes a fair amount of time. So in all likelihood, that project, if it was approved by the council here in a month or two, it would still take, best case scenario, a couple of years to see any demand from that. And it wouldn't be all 480 at the same time either. It would be some sort of phasing. So some entities also look at that, trying to actually, the next year we anticipate of these entitled projects, X and Y will be online and consuming water. And following year will be this other one. We can, from these four that we have in the assessment, ARCO is already online, so that one's already online. The 480 apartments will take a while. That's the one that'll take the longest. Moonglow, I think they're getting ready to do stuff in 25, so they probably will be online towards the end of 25. And Tierra Santa is being constructed now, so they will most likely be using water.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I've just got one question. So when the new numbers or reports come out, how much, just off the top of your head, do you think they'll differ from these numbers here?
It won't be, there's a fair amount of little projects, but just so that you get trying to quantify kind of a level of what these projects use, that 480 apartment will use 179 gallons. So if we have a number of little ones here, I don't know, 10 of them. So of those, you probably get 50 gallons per minute. It won't be that significant, but it all adds up. That's the thing, it gets to a point that you don't want to get to the point where you have the straw that breaks the camel's back, and I think that's what we're trying to, all of us are trying to avoid. And from my side, I deal with this theoretical capacity. I know Anthony has to deal with the operational, where he sees this challenge. And I know a lot of the demand comes from our big industrial Foster Farm. So if they need a lot of water in the summer, they're going to take a lot of water. Residential, and all this stuff is in that assessment. Residential usage is about 25% of your production. So the other 75 is mostly Foster Farms and whatever other small ones like Emerald Textiles, small commercial.
All right, and something besides, kind of, but it's kind of related, and I think it's important for people watching at home or whenever they're going to rewatch or watch this meeting. in the agenda on page 149, I think it's important to highlight a couple of tables. The first table on top, it's the major water projects that have been completed in the last 5 years, roughly 2019 until now. Well, 14 and 16 TCP treatment plant, that was $4 million. The water line replacement, phase 3, it was $1.4 million. 1 million gallon tank rehab, that was $600,000. More or less a total of $6 million. And potentially what we're looking at and hoping for some of the major water projects that need to be addressed in the next 5 years, we're looking at well 8A, which is those numbers are based on right now.
Yes.
$3.8 million. The TCP treatment plant at well 8 and Arcelian Park, $27 million. Well 8A, arsenic treatment plant, $3 million. Well 18, $5 million. Well 19 and wellhead treatment, $12 million for a total of $50.8 million based on today's money. I'm sure we can probably have some other additional projects to work on, but that's just to give people an idea what we have, what we should be at least planning for.
And these are funded and moving, like well 8A is in construction. The TCP plants, we just came to council here.
Yeah.
The council's back.
But eventually we still have to pay it back.
No.
No? Perfect, all right,
No, these are fully funded. The only one from this list that you see that you have a loan on is that top one, well, 14 and 16, that was done 4 or 5 years ago. That is an SRF loan that you're paying on. That's that $4 million. Everything since has become 100% grant. The state is now having some challenges funding because of state deficits and that sort of thing. So their policies are getting a little tighter, as we found out with wells 18 and 19 that they were originally going to fund and back on that. But 18 is funded by the city, so that's moving forward. And we actually just had on tonight's agenda on consent, moving forward with a test well. That one will go faster because it's city funded. We can do a test well, assuming test wells is good, then we can do a production well that we can put out to bid probably in the summer 25. It's used to take about 9 months. We used to say it's like having a baby. It takes 9 months to get a well constructed. Now it's taken about 1.5 to 2 years. And that's because of a lot of the components taken for primarily controls, electric stuff. Control takes a long time.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez?
Mayor, I wanted to say thank you to Anthony. Based on the conversations Anthony and I have had, previously he wasn't really involved in some of these technical side of the operation, but in the entire time that I've been here, Anthony's taken a huge leadership role in getting to the bottom of these things that are critically important to the operation side of things, working collaboratively with Mario on that. So I just want to give a kudos to Anthony for that. And I wanted to ask another question. Councilmember Roth asked Mario, how much would that fluctuate with in terms of new capacity available? I think we're probably beating a dead horse, but Anthony, in 2 or 3 weeks from now, how much does that change your assessment of how much capacity is available in 2 or 3 weeks?
None.
Thank you.
Yeah, one thing that you may want to consider is actually take a look at each well production again. And take a look at it.
Yeah,
is it the same? Is it worse? Is it as bad as like April? Is it that way you actually have another actual reading flow?
As Mayor Moran had alluded to, and Christopher kind of covered as well, there may be some wells that we can provide maintenance on, change bowls that may help with increased production. Well, 17 is one of them that's been running for about since 2000,
Which one is that?
well, 17?
17 was done in...
2016.
Yeah, something like that. I think I have that.
7 years or so. Bulls are starting to wear a little bit. There is a little bit of decreased production. I did note that it was at 1750, so we prevented that from overheating or running too hard and felling. During the assessment in September, when the firm came out, he did notice that there's a little bit of decreased production. It was about
Yeah, they're like
1,600
cars.
or so gallons per minute.
Yeah.
And it was due to wear, so.
Yeah, they run a lot. That one is the workhorse.
It's a workhorse.
Workhorse of the city. So
Yeah.
they do wear, you got you have stuff spinning there, gets eaten up by, little sand particles.
And I think
Bearings go out.
it's important for the city to move forward with this type of assessment annually. That way we check our wells, make sure we keep them in a state of good repair, and we're able to track the wear and know when we need to replace them to increase the production or bring it back to the normal operating condition.
Yeah, once again, and I stated this probably at least I can remember 3 years ago when we had the little round table update on our water infrastructure and water production and all of that. And I remember clearly suggesting that I was telling council to be able to build 2 wells. And but once again, things didn't happen. But now, I think now council, we need to look at ways to not only, we can probably say, okay, let's build 2 wells right now and we should be fine. Yeah, but now let's start planning for well number 3 and number 4, because the last one we had in place was in 16. But how long did that take? At least a couple of years. So it was approved, it was financed, or whatever it was, and then it was online in 2016. So, and we all know how long this is going to take right now.
Right, and the city at that time, I'm going to say 17, something around that time, was pursuing 3 wells, 8A, the one that's being built now, 18 and 19. 18 and 19 were going to be built on parcels controlled by Foster Farms. So 19 would be on the west side, close to where 11 is at. And there was some work done and some initial negotiations, but then those kind of fell through the wayside. Same thing with 18 was the lot behind the restaurant by the car wash. And so we actually suggested a couple months ago, this didn't look like Foster Farm was going to pan out. Hard to reach those folks, a whole bunch of them. But so that's where the 18 location came from. We looked, it's about the next best thing. Farrell Park, close enough to that side. 19 is pretty much dead in the water. 19, we actually had the test well done 3 years ago. But now city that has lost the communication with Foster Farms on that. So there are other options that we're looking at, and we'll bring to, both on the north side of 99, some on the south side of 99. The priorities at this point would be north side, because that's where some of the older wells are at, and you need to make sure that you keep a lot of water on this side.
Yeah, okay. Council, any other questions, additions, comments?
Yeah, one comment. First of all, thank all of you who worked on this and put it together. Obviously, this was a huge amount of information. Some of it was already there in the past, but it's still a lot to put together and go over. Just wanted to make a quick comment on this, and this is one of my concerns from the beginning. Quote that I've heard, not the biggest fan of it, but I think it is true to some extent. There's liars, there's big liars, and there's data. Like, data is really all about how you interpret it, when it was taken, what you do with it. And to me, if we went over this later, or just 2 weeks from now, we went over this assessment 3 weeks, the negative 1,200 number would not be on the screen, correct? It would be outdated?
It changed, yes.
Right. And even then, our next worst looking number is from 2015. And while based on how you define the way that we're looking at these numbers, it's included. To me, and maybe this is just my ignorance, I'm less worried about 2015 and more worried about the trend of the last 5-6 years or so. And things don't look as grim as they look there. Now, does that mean that we should just be over here allocating all kinds of water? No, obviously there's still huge concerns that you're referencing. Not trying to minimize them at all. And I hope we can start addressing all the issues that you mentioned. But I feel like there's a picture that's presented a little bit more grimly here, specifically on planning, than it needs to be, and because it would change in just a few weeks. And that doesn't affect necessarily how we're going to go about improving the situation. But again, I don't think we need to be so down on how the numbers look right now.
And we'll have, now that here in a couple of weeks, we'll have data from 24. So we'll also look at that. We'll probably add another line there for 2024. That way you can look at the trend for the last 3 years. And I think it's fairly stable. We have a lot of that compiled already, but we need the rest of the data. And it will show the theoretical one for water code with the 10 years and all of that. They'll still show some positive. And then a suggestion I have, maybe Public Works can take a look at each of the wells and take a reading on max flow that they come up with. And we'll have the theoretical one on top based on flows that the state has. And then one, go in the middle, where that middle one is at, with flows from Public Works. And they will be different. Don't know how to be different. That's about the best picture you're going to get from theoretical capacity. And then in terms of operation, that's a different ball game. As we move forward with some of these projects, the well 8 treatment plant, the well 8A arsenic treatment plant, that area there's going to have a tank. They're going to have a 1 million gallon tank. That's going to make a huge difference because you're going to be able to meet your peaks. At our Killian Park, you'll have a 1.5 million gallon tank there. But these are several years out. Those are the ones with that 27 million grant that used to be, I think, 42 million, and then we had to take the tanks out, the wells out. So those are, that $27 million one is back to the state, waiting for, and it takes a while to get a funding agreement. It's not like you're going to get it next month. Get it probably in March if you get it. Yeah. And the design has to be finished because we don't design this thing and then wait. If it doesn't go, then you already spent a bunch of money and it was nowhere. So we have to kind of be cautious and balance all this stuff out. This stuff is moving forward. There was some significant delays with the, I'll call it the Foster Farms factor, because those things were moving forward and then they went sideways.
All right. Mr. Lopez?
One final comment. The question is, where do we go from here? So with that being said, the council established an ad hoc committee. Part of that ad hoc committee makes findings, or at least the staff makes findings about available water capacity, the engineering technical side, as well as the operational side. So what the council should expect is we've got a number of projects that are requesting can and will serve letters. The information, as it's been provided here tonight, will be utilized for recommendations made from staff to go to the ad hoc. So that's what the council should expect from here. This information, now that it's been made known, it's not surprising to anybody. Now it's really up to those applicants that are going through the process to request can and will serve letters. Mario and Anthony will work through those items using the information related to how much capacity is available operationally and hypothetically to make those findings for projects. So that's what the council should expect based on the information tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was just thinking of something and, just being a little sarcastic. It's 12:29 after midnight, it's like, I'm going to keep all of this information by my phone. Whenever I get a call from a resident that doesn't have enough water, I'm going to say, well, let me look at the data. Based on data, it's like we should have enough water. But, we just got to hurry up and figure out a way to have and provide and plan ahead, for those additional water sources. It's just really up to this council to really put, or stay vigilant on when we need to get things done. Pressure is going to come down, and eventually we need to figure out a way how to add additional sources of water. So, but at the end of the day, it's, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more questions, which is great. More information that we can figure out how to move forward. So, council, is there any additional questions, comments, concerns? If not tonight, always feel free to reach out to Mr. Lopez, and then he can reference those questions to whoever they need to go to. Anything else? All right. Well, thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Moving forward. So we have item 22, consideration of a resolution authorizing the mayor or the city manager to execute agreements with the California Department of Tax and Fees Administration for the implementation of a local transactions and use tax resolution authorizing examinations of sales or transactions in use tax records. Staff recommendation, approve resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief update. This item is required as a result of the residents passing Measure L. So this is part of the process of the city getting everything squared away with the California Department of Fee and Tax Administration so that we can move forward on all the things required related to that tax, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments, anything on this item? So 12:31 a.m., I'm going to go out for public comment. Is there still anyone on the phone? Seeing none, coming back to the chamber. Anyone in the chamber? Seeing none, closing the citizen comments at 12:32. Council? So this is a consideration of a resolution authorizing the mayor or the city manager to execute agreements with the California Department of Tax and Fees Administration for the implementation of a local transactions and use tax and resolution authorizing examination of sales and transactions in use tax records. So this is an action item. We need a motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If there's no objection or questions, comments from the council, I'd like to motion to approve the resolution.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Upal. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Roth. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Upal?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Samar?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you. I was wondering, and it's up to you guys, it's 12:33 past midnight. I know some of you guys are falling asleep, but should we table item 23 and then move forward? Or just, you guys want to deal with it right now?
I say we table them.
Table it? Okay. I'm okay with that. So we have so you mean just table the rest or just table 23? How about we take it one at a time? Are you okay with that? Sure. So your motion will be to table 23 at this time?
I'll second your motion.
First and a second. Citizen comments, anyone on the phone, 23? Hearing none. Anyone in the chamber? Bringing it back to our dais, 12:34. Roll call, please.
Just want to confirm, Mayor Pro Tem did the first motion, and then Roth second.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Upo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Semra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Item 24, Roy, so I have a question for this one. Do we have to, do we have any timeline to appoint city treasurer or not?
Technically, it's still the same 60-day timeline, even though it's not based on a resignation, it's based on when the vacancy occurs, and now the vacancy is official because we've, at today's meeting, when we adopted the resolution, we accepted the results of the election and certified the election. So it'll be 60 days from today.
Okay, so I say we table it. We should be fine. So I'll make a motion.
I will second it.
So we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Moran, second by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Roll call, please.
Roll call.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry, I gotta go for public comment. Is there any public comment on the phone? Item 24? Hearing none in the chamber. Closing the citizen comments at 12:35. Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councilmember Roth?
Yes.
Councilmember Upo?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Semra?
Yes.
Mayor Moran?
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Item 25, I do want to ask staff, what is your recommendation, consideration of a resolution approving an administrative fee for processing itinerant vendor applications within the city of Livingston?
For this item, Mayor, I'll do a brief report on this one. The council previously directed that the staff come back, develop a fee for this. Currently, this is not allowed in the city without this process. So if the council chooses to delay this, the city would not be able to allow itinerant vendors in the community. Approving this tonight would give the opportunity for these operations to occur in the city. So completely up to what the council wants to do tonight, Mayor.
And I would just add, it also brings us into compliance with state law.
Thank you, Roy.
So I would say just keep it and just finish it, if you guys okay with it.
Sorry?
Just do it right now.
Yeah, it's not very big.
Or- You're still awake?
Barely, but let's do it.
All right. Consideration of a resolution approving an administrative fee for processing itinerant vendor applications within the city of Livingston. Staff recommendation, approved resolution. So, council, any questions?
Just one. I was looking through how we're estimating how much this is going to cost, just based on staff time and fingerprinting and all that. And I noticed that we're estimating staff time to be an hour each for the account clerk, the police office assistant, and the code enforcement officer. I have not seen this application, but I did want to ask, does it take our staff the full hour to go over it? And the reason I'm saying that is because, let's just say it took 15 minutes or even 30 minutes less. Could we charge our applicants less if it's not taking us the full hour?
So the way we determine the fee, it has to be a reasonably proportionate estimate of the cost of the service being provided. Doesn't have to be exact, just reasonably proportionate. Part of the cost, especially like, for example, with code enforcement, that's going to be code enforcement time that's spent throughout the year in order for verification of compliance with the code. Like, you know, if you're at an event and you go, oh, excuse me, do you have your itinerant vendor permit? And then working with them. So that's why you'll have some time in there that will be immediate and upfront in just the processing of the application. And then there'll be time and that's occurred throughout the year in dealing with the various applications. So that's why you try to split it up evenly amongst each application.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for clarifying.
Council, any other questions? I'm going to go out for public comment, 12:38. Anyone on the phone in regards to this item? Hearing none. Anyone in the chamber? Bringing it back to our dais at 12:38, closing the citizen comments. Council, any additional questions, comments, motions? Motion to approve. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Samra. Roll call, please.
Roll call, Councilmember Roth,
Yes.
Councilmember Opal,
Sorry, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Semmer,
Yes.
Mayor Moran.
Yes.
Motion passes by a vote of 4-0.
Next, we have future agenda items. I think there was one.
Mr. Mayor, based on, and I don't want to get into too much details, but based on some updates we received in closed session, one of the items, I would like to set up a special meeting for either Monday or Tuesday to get an update. So regarding because we were told, or we did some of the impression, they would have some sort of a communication, or we have some sort of an update. So I'd like to call in for a special meeting.
I would just say on Monday and Tuesday, unfortunately, I'm unavailable. I'll be traveling, and due to the Christmas holiday, I can try to see if somebody else from our firm can cover, but the only problem is at least for the closed session items that were removed, some of the information is based on my legal analysis of risk, so.
But I would like to ask that we get an update from, one of the items that from closed session, and also to put in what we're going to do about the city treasurers. What we're going to do, and the vacant council position, and also a vacancy on the planning commission with what the vacancy was created tonight. So I'd like to have those either Monday or Tuesday next, please.
Mayor, I just want to also state that I will be out based on previous communication with the council on pre-planned vacations. I just wanted to let the council know of that as well. Thank you.
I will be too. Starting Monday, I'll be on vacation.
How about Monica can send out an email to council in the morning and figure out, because first we have to be able to see if we are going to have an update by the end of the week, and then if we have that update, then potentially we could consider a special meeting. But without an update, then some of the other items can wait. Council, I don't know. Because really what's driving this would be that update, right?
Yes, I think I'm trying not to say things the wrong
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
But it's very important that we get an update, because it was indicated that we may have an update. So if they come and say we have an update, then when do we set the meeting then?
Well, a special meeting can be agendized, is it?
Just requires 24-hour notice.
So you're suggesting we wait till Monday to see if there's an update? Is that what you're saying?
No, if we have hopefully an update or not, we should know by later in the next couple of days. That should give us probably Friday to be able to agendize something.
Yes.
And then potentially for Monday, or, and then again, we have to figure out if staff is not going to be here. So it could give them some time to figure out if we need to have a special meeting. Or
Yeah, because I don't
behind the scenes.
think, at least for the appointment or decision on the vacant city council position and the city treasurer, that shouldn't be too much of a preparation. It can be done way in advance. So I'd like to have those two, if we have it. So I'd like to get those, that way we don't get ourselves into a bind if we have to make a decision for elections or something. I'd just rather get this done as sooner than later.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, really. I think tomorrow I will be able to know better, more. I don't foresee a lot of things happening on Monday. Well, I got a few things happening on Monday, but I don't know. Rest of the council.
Well, next Tuesday is Christmas, so,
Next Tuesday.
yes. It's 24th.
Yeah.
And let's do it on the 30th then. It's not New Year's Eve, so plenty of time for everybody.
I won't be here on the 30th. I will be on the road.
Can we just play it by ear for now? Depending on, I agree that we should be as timely as possible. Maybe when we get an update, we can figure out a date, because it just seems like right now, everybody's got vacation. It's really scattered. We can maybe send out an email, figure out some dates that might work, and just take it from there.
Well, let's see what happens, the update, then perhaps we can do it on the 23rd.
All right, so we'll wait for the potential update and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a few items that I'd like to, it doesn't have to be on the special meeting date, but just keep pending for the future. First one, probably the most important, I would like for us to discuss a formal policy on setting our agendas and have that formalized and figure out how we're going to do that. I would like to have a discussion on our Gilton admin fee. If I remember correctly, that kind of fell apart. There wasn't an action on it, and see if we can move on that. And if I'm correct, we have electronic voting systems that we can use instead of doing roll call votes saying yes or no, where we can just click, that are here. I don't know if it's that right there, but I've been told that we have, right here, right in front of me, didn't see it, that we can use those, and I'd like to discuss whether or not we want to use them.
Yeah, of course we can discuss it, no problem. They were used before, and citizens were objecting. They wanted to hear a vocal vote from their electeds, not just something on a screen.
I'll be okay to bring that, because then again, I mean, it's how, but we can bring it back for discussion and we can go from there. But I think it's a good idea to bring it back for discussion. I'm okay with electronic voting.
And well, we're talking not for the special meeting, but for the future agenda, we need to start moving forward to form a committee for Measure L. We need to start working on that, how it's going to come out.
I think that could be part of that. Once we bring it back for council to decide and have the conversation about.
Yeah, I'm saying, but because as we all know, and I don't want to take too long because it's getting pretty late, is we only have 18 months with the county, and we want to make sure that everything gets set up as quickly as possible so we can move forward and not have to panic at the last minute. That's just to form, not for any particular day yet.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, we adjourn this meeting at 12:47 a.m.